Hello, it is now 5:30, and I would like to call the Planning Commission meeting of Thursday, March 19th, 2026 to order. Can the recording secretary please conduct the roll call?
Commissioner Pearson.
Present.
Commissioner Jeffs.
Here.
Commissioner Grossman.
Here.
Commissioner Dela Cusack.
Here.
Commissioner Bhatia.
Present.
Vice Chair Lynn. Here. Chair Stark.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Now, anyone that's able, if we could please rise, and Commissioner Dela Cusack is going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. I'll now open the public comments for non-agendized items. This would include speaking on any item that's not listed on tonight's agenda. Recording Secretary, are there any public comments on non-agendized items?
If anyone on Zoom wishes to speak, now is the time to raise your hand. We will take speakers in the chamber first. Chair, we do not have any public comments on non-agendized items.
All right, thank you. Director Frady, are there any introductions?
No introductions tonight, Chair.
What about staff reports?
We have no staff reports.
Okay. Do any of my fellow commissioners have any announcements or reports they would like to share? I personally would like to take a moment to thank Commissioner Pearson. He was the former chair of this commission when I started, and I think he provided a wonderful example of how to lead this commission. I hope I can lead it in the same way where we try to come to consensus and find common ground for the issues that we see. And I sincerely appreciate his contributions through his comments. He has a long tenure on this commission, a lot of experience there. And he also has experience on the other side as an applicant for projects in other cities. So he brings a wealth of knowledge to us. So thank you, Commissioner Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director Frady, do we have any additions or deletions?
I would also like to echo your sentiments for former Chair Pearson, and we do not have any additions or deletions tonight.
Okay, thank you. Now we move on to the consent calendar. Do we have any public comments for the consent calendar? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Does anyone want to remove anything from the consent calendar for separate discussion? Okay. Do we have any public comments on the consent calendar?
If anyone on Zoom wishes to speak, now is the time to raise your hand. We will take speakers in the chamber first. Chair, there are no comments on this item.
All right, thank you. I'd like to open commission deliberations. Do any of my fellow commissioners have any comments on the consent calendar? Okay. May I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Could you please set up the voting for us?
I'm so sorry. Commissioner Jeffs, I think we're waiting on your vote. Thank you. Chair, the motion has passed unanimously.
Wonderful. All right, so moving on, I'd like to open the public hearing for item number 2. Director Frady, could you please introduce the item?
Thank you. The item before you is tentative track map, park plan, and master plan for a 221-unit residential project located at 2400 Barranca Parkway in Planning Area 36, Irvine Business Complex. Staff is recommending the Planning Commission continue the public hearing to its regular scheduled meeting of April 2nd, 2026.
Okay, is the applicant present? And if they are, would they like to make comments? Okay. Do any of the commissioners want to speak on this item? Oh. So I don't close this public hearing because it's going to be continued.
Sorry, Chair, if we could actually open public comments before we move to the dais, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are there any public comments?
If anyone on Zoom wishes to speak, now is the time to raise your hand. We will take speakers in the chamber first. Chair confirming there are no public comments on this item.
Okay. Would any of my fellow commissioners like to speak on this item? No? Okay. So it looks like the recommended action is to continue. Do I have a motion for that?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we continue the public hearing on this matter to the regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting of April 2nd, 2026.
Second.
All right, we have a second.
Chair Stark, the motion has passed unanimously.
Awesome. I'd like to open the public hearing for item number 3. Director Frady, could you please introduce this item?
Thank you, Chair. Our next item is a master plan for a new single-family residence, an attached accessory dwelling unit with a variance for a reduced front building setback at 16972 Culver Drive in Planning Area 15, Woodbridge. Presenting tonight is Consultant Planner Calvin Mignoni, joined by Planning Manager Alyssa Matthews.
Thank you, Director Frady. Good evening, Commissioners. The applicant is proposing to redevelop their property, which includes an existing telecommunications building, into a new single-family dwelling unit with an attached accessory dwelling unit. The project site is located at 16972 Culver Drive and is nestled within the existing Woodbridge community. It is bounded by Culver Drive to the west, existing residential homes to the north and south, and a landscape lot to the east. Access to the site is provided off Pebble Path with an easement over the landscape lot, providing access to the applicant's property. While the site has not previously been developed with residential units, it is zoned 2.3 medium density residential. It is also identified within the city's recent general plan and housing element updates as a site with a realistic capacity for 2 dwelling units. The property is unique in several ways. It was originally developed in the early 1940s and was utilized for several decades as a telecom repeater building. The image on the left shows the structure, which is still there today. This image is undated, but it was taken sometime before the late 1970s, early 1980s, when grading and development of the Woodbridge neighborhood occurred. The image on the right reflects the existing building. This view is from Culver Drive, with a building visible between the mature parkway landscaping that buffers Woodbridge from the street. Here's an existing site plan. It highlights some of the adjacencies and oddities of the property. The subject property, which is hatched in the faint red, is about 1/10 of an acre. The western portion of the property includes Culver Drive right-of-way and has an easement dedication over it for transportation purposes. To the north and south, there are single-family residential properties that are 1 and 2 stories in height. Those units include 110 and 112 Windjammer to the north, and 2 and 4 Pebble Path to the south. To the east of the property is Lot D, a non-buildable landscape lot, which separates the property from Windjammer and Pebble Path. Spanning across Lot D is a non-exclusive easement for ingress and egress to the applicant's site. That is shown in the hatched gray portion of the lot, connecting the site to Pebble Path. In the past, the site used to take access from Culver Drive. This access point was abandoned a little over a decade ago in favor of the current Pebble Path access. On the site itself, you can see the rough outline of the footprint of the existing building, which is a little over 1,100 square feet in size. The applicant is proposing to convert the utility building into an accessory dwelling unit and, attached, construct a new single-family house. The ADU occupies the existing footprint of the utility building, is about 860 square feet, single-story, includes its own independent primary entrance, and complies with all state laws governing accessory dwelling units. The primary unit is proposed to be 2 stories, 4 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms. It includes approximately 1,800 square feet of livable area, as well as a 2-car garage. All required parking is accommodated on the applicant's property, both within the garage and in available uncovered parking spaces on the subject property. Here's a perspective rendering showing the proposed house. This is looking from the east. Obviously, missing within this rendering would be the existing landscaping and walls, which will be preserved and replaced as appropriate. You can see the 2-story house in the foreground with the attached single-story ADU in the background. The new house does incorporate siding and a lattice trellis, which are design finishes that are consistent with the original 1979 site design for the Woodbridge cottages. Here is a second perspective rendering. This one is a view from Culver Drive. The proposed development complies with all development standards except for minimum front setback, for which the applicant has submitted a variance request. The city's zoning stipulates a minimum front setback of 10 feet. The applicant is proposing a half-foot setback at the easterly or front property line. As I've alluded to, the property is quite unique. It has a diminished buildable envelope when compared to a typical single-family parcel. Specifically, it does not abut a street, but is instead enclaved by the adjacent landscape lot. Access is provided via an easement, which necessitates a prescribed access path to the site. City requirements to provide a 2-car garage, as well as uncover spaces, further constrain design flexibility. And the site is encumbered on the western side by a 50-foot minimum setback from the curb of Culver Drive. As such, the strict application of the 10-foot front setback, especially on this parcel that is frontage deficient and is essentially an interior lot, would severely limit the buildable area on the site. It does not allow for the development of a residential unit that is of a similar size and building height as the adjacent properties. Worth noting that even with the reduced front back, the proposed building setback is more than 18 feet from the nearest drive aisle, as the existing landscape lot does buffer and set back from Windjammer and Pebble Path. We did notice tonight's hearing, in accordance with typical city requirements, we received several comments about the proposed development. Those comments were forwarded to the Commission for your review and consideration. At the risk of painting with too broad of a brush, I will say that the majority of comments spoke primarily to concerns around the subject property not being part of the homeowners association, subject to the same CC&Rs, or under the association and neighborhood rules. They also spoke to concerns about site access, and specifically the use of the easement over the landscape lot to Pebble Path. And there were comments related to privacy and compatibility concerns with the construction of a new 2-story house. The project is exempt from CEQA, as there are several applicable categorical exemptions that exempt the project from further environmental review. Staff is recommending approval of the master plan with a variance for the single-family home and the attached accessory dwelling unit. With that, I'll close my prepared remarks, and I'll remain available for questions from the commissioners or from others.
Thank you. Is the applicant present and would like to speak? Would you like to step up to the lectern?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Scott Piotr. This is my project as both the architect and the owner. And we have a presentation. I have a quick presentation for you as well. Let's see. It works. So a quick history of the building, a little bit of the process I've been through, and then most of the time will be spent during the design. As the staff has pointed out, the project was actually sold, the property was sold by the Irvine company to then Southern Telephone and Telegraph back in '41. The repeater station was built, we guess, around 1942. It remained in use, and they added a generator building back in 1959, which is in the back of the building. And then also a bathroom with a septic system was added in 1971, which would show up in the picture that you see there, but obviously timing hadn't happened yet. And it was used as a volunteer meeting place for what AT&T refers to as their Telephone Pioneers of America, is their volunteer nonprofit group, and they used that facility for about 20 years. The process through the city, I originally went through the preliminary development review process back in summer of '24. At that time, I was directed that we would, since the general plan update had already included an additional unit, or I should say 2 units for this property, but the zoning hadn't been changed at that time, I was going to need to provide a zone change and then an amendment to the master plan that was done in 1979 for the cottages home, phase 3 around there. What ended up happening is submitted as a zone change master plan, also a right-of-way vacation address change, and they decided that really all I needed is the master plan and then a zoning variance. The architectural design, the design restraints are pretty severe, as staff has indicated, with the existing building where it was and the access easement given where that is, and then the necessity to provide that required garage space and on-site parking. There are not a lot of moving components. So architecturally, I tried to keep the materials and the deadline, or the architectural detailing consistent with the neighborhood, which I think you'll see in the drawings. This shows a little bit of the existing building before anything else was done. This is what I found when I was inside, all sorts of cable trays in the roof and walls. And this is the design as you saw in the staff report. And Calvin, if you wouldn't mind putting the vicinity map up there again, just to orient the commission. You can see that the cottages, for those of you that are not familiar with, they orient towards the front, and then they have their garage in the back. And so you can see all the way along Culver there, because you've got 2 deep, what you have, for instance, where my project is, the front door of those 2 adjacent projects face my project. And then behind them, you've got a driveway that's shared. It would normally be an alleyway, but in effect, it's a driveway that serves 4 units. And you have that repeating up and down Culver. So in effect, what I've done in my design, I tried to face the front door towards my neighbors on Pebble Path there. And then the garage, you know, I don't have a long skinny building with an alley in the back. So in effect, I put the 2-story volume of the bedrooms, like the other cottage homes, behind my entry element, but the garage is in effect to the side, and it shares the entry statement with the driveway. And so going back to the perspective of the project, you could see the, when it comes up there, I guess, there we go. So you can see the entry element in gray there, similar to the cottage homes literally right across the green belt from me, and then the block in the back would be the bedrooms and the garage. I show the enhanced pavement because it's going to be a shared facility of both the driveway and the entryway. So I want to make it appear as not as a driveway as much as possible. As I get a little echo here. So you can see in the design, typical cottage homes, you've got a front entry element, you've got the main box, I shall say, behind it. You have their enhanced siding in the front, and then the back is really a stucco box. And that's the way it is typically on most of the projects. The upper right-hand corner you can see there, that is my neighbor in front, right as Pebble Path or Windjammer turns the corner. And you can see they put the enhanced siding around the corner when it faces the street. So that's what I've tried to mimic on mine, to carry the same siding around and not really have stucco anywhere, so that anywhere you look, because of the configuration of the building, I try to have siding all the way around. This is at the other end of the same driveway, at the other end of Windjammer. This is a one-story building. You can see in the upper right-hand corner. And they added a second story that goes all the way to the back. And you can see they basically made it a stucco box in the back. My house would actually be less square footage than this. And it's not alone. This is another addition. In the upper left-hand corner, you can see it's a one-story, and you can see the two-story addition in the back. The lower left is the rear view of that. But you have consistency in the homes as far as that pedestrian level entryway in the front, which is what we've tried to maintain. This is another one-story converted to two-story, a couple doors down from the first one that I showed you. In the lower right-hand corner, you see this is one of the typical homes that are along culvert, like I am. The other, you can see the entry elements with the roof. Sometimes the roof faces the front. Sometimes you have a gable. Sometimes you have a shed. Sometimes you turn the gables 90 degrees. And then they also use this lattice as an architectural element to identify the entries. And this is similar to the colors that I'm proposing, a white with black trim. And the design, this would be from the Culver side, and then from the Pebble Path side. You can see in the upper left-hand corner, that's my neighbor at 2 Pebble Path, and the lower left is 4 Pebble Path. The existing buildings in the upper right and the proposed structures in the lower right. And again, one of the advantages that I have is I've got trees that are 45 years old now. So as you can see in the upper right-hand corner picture, they had just been trimmed when that picture was taken, but those trees are very, very full trees. So I think they do a good job of maybe screening the mass of my building, which is further away than the others from the street. You know, in an ideal world, I would have maybe used culvert as my alleyway and had the driveway back there, but that's impractical from a realistic standpoint of using that for access. So I have, there's an easement, the association has...
I'm sorry to interrupt, but we need to move towards the end.
All right, give me about 15 more seconds.
Okay, that's fine.
They're concerned that I'm going to be using the easement as a driveway. I'm not. I'll only use it for access. I have parking on site. I asked to be part of WVA's association. They decided, no, it's not worth the effort. But in lieu of, even in spite of that, I've gone ahead and I met with the architectural committee yesterday. I'm waiting for their response. And I'm planning on meeting with the villages or the cottage association to work out all the difficulties regarding that easement. And I'm available if you have any other questions.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the context. I'd like to open public comments on this item. Do we have any public comments on this item?
If anyone on Zoom wishes to speak, now is the time to raise your hand. We will take speakers in the chamber first. Chair, we do have 4 in-person speakers and 1 on Zoom. So we'll start with the chamber. I'm going to call, oh, I'm sorry, there was more on Zoom. 3 more on Zoom after we address the 4 in the chamber. So if we could have a line start in the chamber, we'll start with Donna Hatch, followed by William Saris, Greg Johnson, and Carrie Turner, please. Each speaker will have 3 minutes.
Hello. I'm Donna Hatch, and I'm president of the Cottages Association. This kind of hit us blindsided, actually. We found out about a month ago that this was intended and going to happen. When the initial easement for this property was signed with the utility service back in 2014, we never imagined that this property would turn into something that somebody would build a house on. Yet it sold shortly after we signed the easement, and that was the intent, that they would establish a home there. So it's our concern that this home won't be part of either WVA or Cottages Association. It kind of removes any authority we might have while everybody else around the area is adhering to certain standards. We have no authority to say anything about this property. Parking is a premium in that area. With a 4-bedroom home, my assumption is there could be a possible 5 cars in that place, and then you've got an ADU, another vehicle. There's a 2-car garage and parking for 1 in the ADU. That means fallout is going to happen on the public street. I'm concerned about that for the rest of the neighbors. Visually, this is a distraction for the neighbors that live there, that bought intending that it would remain trees and greenery that they're looking at. Now they're going to have a house to look at. So that's a real disappointment for those neighbors. I think those are my main concerns, although Mr. Piotr said that ideally use of culvert would have been the thing to do. He said himself that he would not have purchased this property if it weren't for the easement. And since he's the one that drafted the easement, and we believed that it was only going to be used for emergency vehicles with the utility, I'm kind of surprised that he would say that. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Next, we'll take William Saris.
Good evening. Whoop, a little loud, huh? Good evening. My name is William Saris, S-A-R-R-U-S. I live in the Cottages, around the block from this property. Is this a timer that I can put on? Or no? How to push it? No? Okay. One thing that has come to my attention on the presentation, the abutting owners of that property are supposed to be given notice. And to me, the mailing that was done by the city is only a constructive notice. I actually talked to the Windjammer alleyway tenant. He rents from the actual owner who lives in San Diego County. My opinion is that that owner in San Diego County need to be given actual notice of this hearing, which was not done. So that's just procedurally wrong. I sent my comments by email to the Planning Commission. I feel very strongly that that map that you all saw is totally misleading. And whether that was intentionally done or accidentally done, I don't know. But if the members will look at the map, the vicinity map, that is not Windjammer. That is the alleyway. Windjammer is one road over. So it makes it appear that that is a street. It is not a street. It is merely an alleyway. It's very deceptive. And the reason why I got into that in my comment, parking is already bad on Pebble Path. I attached a picture to that I took last night to my comments. You can't park on the alleyway. It's posted by the Irvine Police Department. It's a violation of fire regulations to have that there. So that leaves this new dwelling which is going to be 4 bedrooms plus the adjacent property, you're going to have more cars parked on Pebble Path, which is already severely limited in its parking. I also wanted to address the easement. That easement was done for the, we'll call it the telephone company at the time. That was just a relay station, which means occasional repairs, maintenance on the relay station. What's proposed is an easement that is going to be constantly used as a driveway. That was not the purpose of that easement when it was granted, and I think it's a mistake to assume.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
Huh?
Thank you. Your time is up.
All right. The only issue that came up with what was addressed that I do want.
I'm sorry. We have to move on to the next commenter now. Thank you.
Well, let me just give me 10 seconds. A septic tank is in that unit. That was for 1 bathroom for the utility. This is a 2.5 bathroom home.
We need to keep it fair that everyone has an equal amount of time,
all right.
please.
Thank you for
Thank you
your
for your
time.
comments.
Members of the Planning Commission, thank you very much for your time. My name is Craig Johnson. I live at 98 Windjammer. I'm directly across the alley Windjammer from the proposed property. I have several concerns with this project moving forward. One of them is that the proposed windows on the north side of the building face towards my house, and it has a direct line of sight between our master bedroom and bath directly into the proposed windows for this project. And that, to us, that is unacceptable and a change condition that we were not anticipating when we bought the house 34 years ago. Secondly, it's already been mentioned, there is a real concern that they will not be part of the association and will not be subject to the same rules. That is a very big concern for ours. Thirdly, there's a demolition and construction phase of this project that's going to last probably at least a year. And I have a lot of concerns about the impact to the neighborhood and the safety of the neighborhood with numerous contractors coming through there. You're going to have to do a lot of demolition. You're going to have to do a lot of probably import as well to build up that site. I think it's going to be too much of a concern of all of our neighbors that we're dealing with this. And our real concern is that it was never planned for in the original planning, and I appreciate that the land's there. It's not a real nice thing to look at right now, but I don't think that the answer is to put in a home that's not going to be subject to the same rules as ours. And also, I also would like to mention that in reading through the proposed conditions of approval, there's nothing in there that talks about our concerns and how those could be mitigated if, in fact, you do decide to approve. The letter I sent to the commission had some language in there for specific possible conditions of approval that I think the commission should consider before approving this project, although my preference is that you decline the application. Do we have more time? Okay. The last thing I want to talk about is the fact that, we've lived here for 34 years. It's been the cottage homes. We love this neighborhood. And to bring in something outside the cottage homes in an area that was never planned to have this, yes, there will be parking issues. I appreciate that Mr. Piotr is willing to let us use his easement for me to park in that space. I will definitely be using that if that becomes the case. I would like to have an extra space to park my own vehicle, but I really don't think that that's really what the overall neighborhood wants. And I would encourage you all to take a strong look at how this impacts us as a community and decline the proposed project. Thank you very much for your time. I will be available if you have any questions.
Next, we will take Speaker Carrie Turner. Carrie Turner. Okay, moving on to our Zoom participants. Next, we'll take Marcella. Marcella, go ahead and unmute.
Good evening, everyone. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to speak before you this evening. The Cottage not be subject to any of those rules and will not be subject to any of the other rules of the association, which include nuisances, the ability for them to maintain items that other homeowners are not able to maintain, such as temporary structures, trailers, campers, animal and noise restrictions of the adjoining members will not be enforceable against this homeowner. Architectural requirements, although we know what Mr. Piotr is planning now, any changes will be up to him. There will be no oversight. He'll be able to change things and make his property into anyone's style moving on from here. And it will be a nuisance because it will just not be in the cohesive nature of where the cottages will be going, where Woodridge Village will be going. Mr. Piotr has no easement to trespass, to dig, to encroach. He doesn't just attain access to the homeowner's amenities of the project, and he will not be paying assessments, and yet he will be enjoying what he already just called his trees and what he just called his.
Thank you, Marcella. Your time is up. Next, we will move on to Ray. Ray, go ahead.
It's Ray Gage. I'm also in Woodbridge. I'm not anywhere near this location. And although I think it's a good use of the property, I think clearly the overwhelming decision has to be the neighbors. And if the neighbors don't want it, and they have reasonable doubts and concerns, I think those the individuals' use of the property. And so I side with my Woodbridge colleagues on this, neighbors on this, and I don't think it's a good idea to build a house adjacent to Woodbridge that is not going to be controlled by the Woodbridge HOA. I think that's a horrible idea. I feel sorry for the individual that's bought this property, but it's just an unwise thing that he did. And I feel sorry for him. And again, I think you cannot impose on the neighbors, on the neighborhood like that by putting something that they don't want. And they have reasonable. I think their reasons that they don't want it are reasonable. Traffic is horrible everywhere in Orange County, everywhere in Irvine, everywhere in Woodbridge. The parking and the traffic is horrible. And just adding, even though it's only one property, we have to be working the other way to get rid of traffic and parking, not increase it. It's just horrible. Thank you.
Next, we will take Zoom speaker Christina B.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me just set this timer here. Hi, I live on Pebble Path, Caddy Corner, on Pebble Path, facing this proposed building. And I apologize, I only recently found out about this, probably the last month or so, and I've just moved back in my home after a major flood, so I haven't really had time to prepare everything. But I bought my home almost 30 years ago for the cohesiveness. My family pays dues, and we have a very common homes, and everything's common, and we're subject to the association. I absolutely oppose this. I think number one, it looks like a big box from the front of the street, what's facing Pebble Path. The traffic is horrible, and it is going to oppose. It's going to greatly impose on the traffic. that here this is a cohesive neighborhood and all of a sudden somebody can come in and do their own thing. I'm very concerned about that. It's very, very troubling. This is a planned neighborhood, so I guess that's what I want to say.
Chair Stark, this concludes public comments for this item.
Thank you. Then I will close this portion of the public hearing and open commission deliberations. Please prompt to use the request to speak button if any of the commissioners have questions, comments. We'll start with Commissioner Bathia. Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I had a question for the applicant regarding, and I think this obviously relates to the CCNRs. Obviously, you're not subject to a CCNR. There's reasons for having a CCNR in any community. It's because there's guardrails to have set standards for a community. For one, I want to ask what the sole use and purpose would be for ADU. Would it be for family members? Are you using it for rental income? Are you using it for taking care of elderly? I'd just like to know that first and foremost.
So the answer to the ADU, I would presume that it may end up being a man cave at some point, or it may end up being where my wife and I live.
Chair Stark, can I take a minute real quickly?
Yes,
I'm
please.
sorry.
Thank you.
I just want to remind the audience that there's going to be no cheering, no booing, no clapping. This is a business meeting. We need to be able to conduct business and get items before the Planning Commission so the Planning Commission can take action tonight. So again, just another reminder, no cheering, no booing, no clapping. This is a business meeting and we expect you to act accordingly.
Thank you.
So it may end up be where my wife and I live and maybe my children and grandchildren in the front house, or it may be rented out. And there's nothing to say that a future owner wouldn't rent it out, so I don't want to disparage that. What was your other question?
Well, I wanted to piggyback off the renting part. So typical standards are if you have a landlord, if you're a landlord and you have a tenant in place, handing out a CCNR from day one of lease execution is probably imperative. Why? Because it sets standards you have to abide by for the community, right? So, for example, smoking. You know, there's designated smoking areas in certain communities. You can have a tenant that comes out there and he's, you know, having cigarette butts all over the place, right? So there's quality measures for CCNRs, and I think I sort of have a problem grasping that there's no HOA involvement in any shape or form for this. So have you reached out to the HOA and worked a deal with them, or try to convey any communication to, you know, reach sort of a broader agreement?
Sure. So to answer your question, as far as renters, obviously my wife and I are living there. We're going to be particular about those kinds of things, and we're going to police that. As far as the HOA, we requested to be part of WVA, Woodbridge Village, and they basically said, no, it's not worth the effort. Because I can't be part of the WVA CCNRs, that precludes me from being part of the Cottages Association. But that doesn't mean that I can't do private covenants with the Cottage Association, and I've requested to the board attorney to be able to meet with the board and discuss those kinds of options. You know, it's not my intent to kind of sneak one in under the wire. You know, if we can come up with the mutual agreed rules, I think that benefits both myself and my wife and whatever future homeowners there may be of that home, as well as the rest of the neighborhood. I have no problem doing that. I know the city doesn't get in the middle of that, but from a good neighbor standpoint, that's my intent.
And Scott, if or this could be a question for city staff, if the applicant or a future dispute arises, what limitations and exposures does the city have to remedy it? Do they revisit an approval process? It seems like a lot of folks here are, you know, concerned about, obviously the big aspect of it is being part of the HOA. What could the city do for future disputes?
I'd just like to jump in here. Really, if there were future disputes, that would be a civil matter and not likely an area where the city would intervene.
Okay, and so Scott, are there any legal disputes currently at this point?
Not that I'm aware of, but like I said, I would like to meet with the HOA to, prevent that from happening. And like I said, I'm not adverse to doing a private covenant, even though I might not be able to be officially part of their association. I could have the effects be pretty much the same, both architecturally and whatever other covenants and rules there are.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Commissioner Lin?
Thank you to staff and thank you to the applicant for working together to get to where we are, where it's presented to the Planning Commission for ultimate approval. The staff has recommended that we approve this application. And just in reviewing it, I had a question regarding, I wanted to go over some of the concerns, and I thank you to the public commenters who took the time to come here. It's important to address all the concerns and have your concerns answered and your questions answered. So hopefully we'll take the time to do that because you took the time to even come here today. One question I had was regarding the parking issue. So when looking at an application like this, what's the criteria in terms of at what point can we deny an application due to parking concerns or not?
So when evaluating a proposal, any proposal, including a residential one, we would look to our code and the code required standards for the number of required parking spaces based on the proposed land use. In this instance, the proposed land use requires 3 total parking spaces be provided. 2 of them be provided via a covered garage or carport and 1 additional uncovered space. And the applicant has demonstrated that there is a 2-car garage as well as space for at least 1 vehicle uncovered on his property.
Okay. Regarding notifications, I think Mr. Saris came up and did mention, there was a neighbor who perhaps was out of town or doesn't live nearby, like lives away from the property. In terms of following the city's notification requirements for the neighbors that are within a certain radius, did the city comply? What are those requirements?
Yes, we did. We did comply with those requirements. Those requirements require that within 500 feet of the project properties line, that all homeowners, tenants, and homeowners associations are delivered a public mailing notice.
500 feet?
500 feet.
I'd be heard on that issue because
Oh, we can't speak out of turn, sir.
well, it requires that the owner gets.
Yeah, but you still can't speak out of turn.
I want the planning commission on the owners have to be notified. It can't be just mailed.
Okay, Calvin, can you speak to that,
The public comment period
please?
is over.
Calvin, can you speak to the notification process and how owners are notified, please?
Certainly, yeah. So the notice is sent to all homeowners and residential tenants that are identified. We rely on our city's GIS database in order to pull and assemble those mailing notices. That GIS database is compiled from the county's data that populates those addresses.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No. Okay, thank you for that understanding. Let me go through my notes. So there was a concern from Mr. Johnson regarding the privacy. I was wondering if the applicant could do something in terms of increasing privacy between that window that faces the master bedroom of the neighbor. Is there something that you'd be willing to consider just to address that concern?
The elevations already show all of the windows that are facing that direction. Part of the cottage's design, I didn't really go into it because it gave more of a truncated presentation. They have the 0 lot line, so there's no windows on one side of the building, or if there are, they're high clear story windows. And then the neighbor's private yard is that combined yard between the 2 neighbors. They call it reciprocal easements. So in light of that, all of the windows on the north side of my building and on the corner are all clear story windows. They're all 6-foot high sills or higher. So you can't look out into that and see, I know they live at 98 Windjammer, and I know where their master bedroom is. I used to live in the neighborhood. I was in there for 3 years. That's how I discovered it in the first place. And so, yes, we've already designed the windows in a way that there should not be a way for either them to look into our house or the other way around.
Thank you. And ultimately, I think it's important for everyone to understand what we, as the Planning Commission, can and cannot do. Even if, let's say, we all loved the design, and we loved the home. We can't base it off of just that. There are parameters, there are codes, there are, and the applicant has been working with city staff, just for perspective, and according to city staff, based on the recommendation, it did meet all the requirements and they did work with the city. So there are legal parameters that we have to adhere to, and ultimately decision is ultimately based on that. So I just wanted everyone to have that kind of understanding before we continue with the discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have some questions. Is the applicant really able to change plans once they're submitted, change them significantly? That was a concern of the community members.
I'll speak to that. So all projects will be evaluated against the original entitlement document. So to the extent that we have development standards that govern certain things, we would absolutely look for consistency and substantial conformance with those requirements.
Aesthetically speaking also?
So the city does not have strict design guideline criterias, so we don't have development standards that regulate the specific design of residential homes.
Okay. So that sounds like an area where the applicant could possibly have an agreement with the HOA to adhere to some of their design concerns. I mean, we're not part of that, but I'm just maybe making a suggestion. Is it still on a septic tank? And if it is, will it be hooked up to city sewer? Yes, okay. And it also, there's a building there now. I drove by it today to take a look because it was hard to visualize from the pictures. And it looks really rough. And it does look like the plans would be an improvement on what is there now. Long term, if there's not a house, what would happen to that building? Would it just slowly deteriorate? I mean, maybe I'm speaking to the owner. I don't know. Like, what would your plans be if this wasn't approved? Would the building just sit there?
I mean, that's a good question. I don't see another use for the building other than a home, so.
Okay. That's all I have. Jeff, would you like to? That's me. It looks like Commissioner Pearson wants it. Yeah, too many Jeffs here.
Thank you, Mr. Mike's on. I had Calvin. Alyssa, thank you very much for the presentation. I think the applicant did a good job of attempting to justify what he's doing. It's too bad that that parcel was not part of the original HOA association, which creates a little bit of a problem. But my question is, we've got a master plan that we've approved, or that we are intending to vote yea or nay on, and a variance. And the variance is an encroachment within a 10-foot setback from an easement area. Is that correct?
Mostly correct. Just the clarification that I'll add there is that the 10-foot setback is to a landscape lot. On a portion of that landscape lot is where the easement is.
It's a parcel. So what we're doing is we're encroaching in the 10 feet from a parcel line that happens to be a landscape lot. So effectively, we have a larger setback at that location.
Yeah, so a couple things. It does not encroach upon the parcel because setbacks are measured from property line back to building. So the setback is still entirely on the subject property. It is closer to that landscape lot, yes.
Yeah, it's half a foot rather than the 10 foot.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for correcting me. What other variances or what other items in this master plan were subject to criticism by staff going forward and in review?
Staff evaluated it for in totality for compliance with all development standards. So that includes things like building height, lot coverage, landscape coverage, building setbacks, any number of requirements that are embedded within our code.
And at this time, the applicant has satisfied all of the requirements other than the variance.
That is correct.
It's a piece of property that is obviously encumbered by access, by a lot of different variables that are out of our control as planners and commission members. But I think that, for me, it would be nice to have a covenant on title that would be close to following the HOA design guidelines as possible. Other than that, I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Jeff, sorry I missed you. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, thank you. It's all right. I get called Jeff all the time. Really appreciate the comments on both sides. Just have a few questions. Wanted to follow up on Commissioner Stark's question around any building restrictions, not to the current design or the current plans, but going forward. If somebody else were to purchase this parcel, say 10 years from now, and they wanted to do a remodel, can you provide some color on any city restrictions that would be in place if somebody wanted to add a third story, if they wanted to add additional square footage? What are some of the provisions in place that would prevent it from becoming a total mismatch with the neighborhood around it?
So any building proposed on the lot would be subject to the city's development standards, and in particular, the zoning standards that apply to 2.3 medium-density residential projects. So as it relates to free reign to design a building, they would be limited by the development standards that are there. As is before you, there are significant constraints around those development standards and getting those to work on the site as the variance is necessitated and before you tonight, showing that it is with severe difficulty that an applicant provide a building plan that complies with all of those standards. So a future homeowner would have an ability as property owner to offer revisions to those, but city staff would evaluate those for consistency with the development standards.
Thank you. And then this idea of a covenant has come up a few times. Do we know if there are any hurdles to establishing a covenant between the applicant and the WVA? It sounds like a big hurdle is admission to the WVA, but is there a hurdle to coming up with a covenant? Is that an agreement that can be bound without significant voter oversight or anything like that?
I don't think as staff we're really prepared to answer if there are hurdles to preparing and recording such a covenant. City Attorney, do you have anything else to add?
No, this is really not within the city's purview. We don't get involved in HOA matters. So there sounds like there's a significant dispute between the HOA and the property owner, but that's not really something that we're prepared to opine on.
Understood. And then maybe that's a question for the applicant in that case. I'm not sure if this is the first time that the idea has been floated, but is this something that you've proposed to the WVA or that they've mentioned?
No, in fact, WVA turned it down because it's not something that they can annex by board action. It would take a certain proxy vote of the entire 9,500 units or whatever that are in Woodbridge. But I did have a discussion with the cottage's HOA attorney, and she suggested that there are some private covenants that we could do there. So that's what I intend to pursue. Again, these are my neighbors. I don't want to move in and already have a target on my back. I'd rather be accepted as a friend and somebody that's going to work with them than not. And I recognize that at some point we're going to sell the house. So, that's the next owner, right, it may not be nice, right? So putting something together that would be a covenant that would restrict it is kind of my goal. If we can come up to an agreement on how we can do that, I don't have a problem with that. You know, there's not a whole lot more you can do or different than you can do on the site. The site is so restricted that the design is pretty much what you see is about the only option you really have of putting it together.
Okay. And then I assume that if it were an easier process, your preference would be to be part of WVA and subject to their requirements? I would love to be part of WVA because, you know, the parks and everything were dedicated and built as part of the development of Woodbridge, and they're open to the public. But the pools, the tennis courts, the private beach club and things like that, we would love to be members of that, but we can't because WVA won't accept us. But that doesn't mean I can't still do a deal with the Cottages Association. They don't have the right to give me access to that, but you know, as far as architectural control and other things, I'm in agreement with. I don't have a problem with that. Yeah. And then, Mr. Piotr, one of the primary concerns that I heard from the folks was about the parking situation, and it sounds like there'll be a 2-car garage and then an additional spot. Can you just provide a little bit of commentary on your plans around parking, vehicle usage, et cetera? Well, we have 2 parking spaces that are covered in the garage, and it's an oversized garage, so there could still be storage in there, as well as 2 cars, and we did that on purpose. We'll end up with crawl spaces in the project because we're going to build it up to the same elevation as the neighborhood, and so there'll be storage underneath there. So I'm hoping that in perpetuity, whoever owns the house would still always be able to park 2 cars in the garage. And then the driveway is large enough for 2 cars as well. So we can park 4 cars on site without being on the association property or on the street. Okay, thank you. And then one more question for the city staff. I think in one of the public comments that I read, I didn't hear it tonight, but I think it mentioned that there was a concern around an access path to another home. Is that, I didn't see anything on that in the city report. Is that a consideration or is that accurate?
There is an access path that is existing. It serves 2 pebble paths. That access path, it can be preserved with the easement that's on there. The proposed design does not affect that access path.
And the easement with the association requires me to put a 2-foot landscape buffer between my driveway and that path. And that's part of the existing agreement. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Grossman, please.
Thank you. Thank you to the applicant, and thank you to staff for your report. My questions are mostly to staff to help guide this decision making. First, we have in the comments we've received, there was a letter from an attorney. A letter from an attorney usually implies some sort of illegal action that may be forthcoming. When the city is being asked to make a decision in light of a potential or forthcoming legal dispute, is it not customary that it would be in the best interest of the city to essentially allow the parties to amicably work it out before decisions are made related to a legal dispute?
I'll just add that there are streamlining requirements where the city does need to move this project along and process it in a timely manner. So that could take a while, and we wouldn't want to run afoul of any of those requirements.
Understood. Okay. Let me ask a question a little bit. The variance is an important consideration in here. What is the stand? And obviously, we all understand that this site is very difficult to design. It was a unique property. But is the standard, whether it's difficult to design or is it reasonable use, what is the standard by which we're evaluating here?
Yeah, great question, Commissioner. There are a number of required findings in order to approve a variance. Amongst those are that the strict application of zoning standards would deprive the property owner of rights afforded to adjacent properties, and that the variance does not constitute a grant of special privilege on the property.
you elaborate on that last statement?
On the grant of special privilege or the first? Yeah, so it would essentially be that we aren't offering waivers of development standards to provide special privileges to a particular property owner in order to allow for a project.
Okay, so you talked about functional, in the staff report, you talked about functional separation with the landscaping, right, in order to justify the variance. Again, I'm going to use the word standard, but is that the standard, is functional separation from landscaping to have a variance to the 10-foot setback? I mean, it's a 10-foot setback. Setbacks are there for a reason. They're there to protect the property line from the homeowner. Why is functional separation the standard in which you're using in this?
Yeah, great question, Commissioner. So it is not necessarily functional separation that is in and of itself the standard. The importance of having an approximately 18-foot landscape setback is to highlight that even with the variance and the reduced setback down to 1 foot, that the subject property provides a dwelling unit that is in line and consistent with the predominant development that's around it.
Right. But, okay, just help me understand. This design is based on the applicant's desire for an ADU and for a certain sized home. Is the need for the variance is based upon that design? A different design could be created that would not require a variance. It might not be what the applicant desires, and I respect that tremendously, but is that the standard? I mean, the standard for a variance is not based upon, is it based upon the design that the applicant wants, or a design that would be reasonable to be on the parcel of land itself? I guess is the question I'm asking.
Yeah, certainly. A design that would be reasonable on the parcel itself, and I think the constraints on this property as it relates to the prescribed access and the 50-foot culvert setback significantly restrict the buildable area of the subject site.
Yeah, no doubt. That's all for my question. I think my final comment to my fellow commissioners is I think this is an item where we have significant levels of disagreement from neighbors, from HOAs, from the applicant, and I sense a willingness from the applicant and from the others to work on this and work on this in a positive and collaborative manner. I believe it would be in the best interest to allow that process to take forth, and then once those levels of agreement would be to ask the applicant to return to this commission for consideration. So that, I don't know if it's the proper time to make a motion, but I would encourage us to table this and encourage the applicant and the neighbors in the HOA to consider and continue conversations.
So you're contemplating a motion to continue this item until they come to an agreement?
I'm contemplating a motion to continue this, recognizing staff saying that we must do this in a timely manner. I would encourage the applicant and the HOA to work on this in a very timely manner, and I sense a willingness to do so from all parties. But I would like to make a motion to table this until a period of time where the applicant and the HOA have had more time to come to a mutual agreement. And if I need to put a specific date, we can put a specific date to that, because I recall in previous meetings we needed to table it to a specific date, but we can discuss. I'm open to discussion on that topic.
Yeah, I heard two different things from you, so I just want some clarification on what the motion is. If the motion is to table it, that means there's no date that it comes back, and we could bring it back at some point in time or not bring it back at all. If the motion is to continue with the item, then we do need a specific date to continue the item to. So I'm not sure which way you want to go. Is it a continuance or is it a tabling of the item?
Functionally, is the difference just setting a date?
The difference would be setting a date. It also impacts noticing requirements.
Oh, so okay.
So if we continue an item, we don't have to renotice it. If we table the item, we would have to renotice it when we bring it back.
I think continuance in that scenario would be more than sufficient, since the staff has already done notification and the relevant parties are involved. So based on your explanation, continuance is what I would be.
Our next meeting is April 2nd. Would you like to continue it for 2 weeks or for a month.
Well, can I ask would 2 weeks be sufficient with the applicant to believe to come to some level of agreement? What would be reasonable to have that discussion? Or the HOA president?
I say it's been 9 months so far. I would love to have it in 2 weeks if we can do it, and that would keep all the parties to have incentive to meet together quickly and resolve the issues. And we may not have the legal language resolved in 2 weeks, but we can have a letter of intent that might be signed by then. If that answers your question. My preference, obviously, my intent is to work it out with the HOA anyway. So if you were to approve it tonight, I'm still going to go out there and work for it. So it's a matter of whether it saves me a trip back, allowing me to start financing and other issues that I need to get going on, which I cannot start until this is approved. So there are reasons that I would prefer not to do it for obvious reasons, but they also involve time and things like financing that I need to be able to get going on. It's up to you.
Okay.
Well, Commissioner Grossman, would that be, or Scott, would that be enough timeline for feasible development of a congruent covenant for April, or is that going to be time consuming?
You're asking one party, and the HOA is a committee. So as far as I'm concerned, I think we can come up with a letter of agreement that we can both agree to in 2 weeks. Whether the HOA can muster what they need to do in that time frame is unknown.
Commissioner Lynn?
If at the end of 2 weeks we need to continue it for 2 more, we can do that.
Okay. Commissioner Lynn?
Thank you. Commissioner Grossman, I just would like some clarification as to what you're seeking, just as you propose the motion to continue or to table. I guess what are you seeking in 2 weeks? What are you wanting to have the parties come to? I just for clarification, because I'm not sure what guidance, I think it'd be great to provide some guidance for them. So what is it exactly you'd want to see back when they do return?
Thank you, Commissioner Lynn. It's not about what I appreciate the language. It's not about what I want to see. What we've heard tonight is an application from a very dedicated applicant, and we've heard some very vehement objections from very relevant parties. We heard from an HOA president, I believe was president of the cottages. What I hear is a willingness to work together on on a covenant, on what those CCRs might be, on agreement with those CCRs, on covenants related to future changes, the rules and regulations of the HOA. It sounds like the applicant is willing to abide by the CCRs of the HOA, and it sounds, in that case, if there was a covenant and an agreement that could be come together, I would sense that the opposition would be lessened. So what I'm seeking is for them to work amicably towards that covenant and that agreement, so that we would have no opposition and an understanding from our neighbors. If that can't be done, then we would need to come together, and we would have to make a decision as a planning commission as to whether we would approve it, and sometimes those decisions are hard. I respect that, and I'm willing to make hard decisions, but I believe we have an opportunity within a reasonable and speedy period of time that doesn't overly burden the applicant or the association to try to work towards a mutually agreeable goal. And that's my objective in making a motion to continue this. Let's go with the 2 weeks, and let's see if there is an opportunity, unless the HOA would like to be heard with a different opinion. Please.
It'd be better if you came to the microphone so everyone can hear you, especially the people at home.
Sorry, I realize 2 weeks is ideal. We feel like we've been scrambling for the last 2 weeks to even address this issue once we heard about it. I would prefer a longer time period if that can be allowed, so that we can get our ducks in a row and hopefully come to an agreement if we have no other choice but to come to an agreement. So I would ask for a longer time period. We meet as a commission next week, so it doesn't give us much time to prepare anything and vote on it before then.
Given we meet, our next meeting, Stephanie, is when?
April 2nd.
April 2nd. When is your meeting?
We meet next Thursday.
So would in your opinion, would the meeting, so maybe the meeting after that, from our point of view, would be more appropriate? Would that, so our next
what's
meeting
the
would
date
be
after the 2nd, I guess is
The
what I'm
16th.
asking. Something before the,
April
the 16th. Would that be our?
April 16th, yeah.
Would April 16th be more amenable to you?
that would be, yeah, if my attorney could join in, because I know we'll be working with her too. But the 16th would be better than 2nd for me, for all of us.
From my point of view, I don't know if we need to have an ironclad agreement, but that you've worked together and the applicant's maybe made you feel better about his intentions and his ability to fit in and, work with the association. I think if we see that you're moving towards that end, it would feel less forced on the community, at least from my point of view, maybe Commissioner Grossman's also. So, I don't want to put too much pressure on the parties, but I think if everybody's working together, you'll eventually get there.
16th.
I see Commissioner Pearson has a comment.
Yeah, my concern is we're kicking this can down the road. And I've heard both property owner questions and comments. I've heard association comments. I'm not sure how the applicant is going. We've heard him say that he's amenable to getting together. I'm not sure who he's going to get together with, and that, there could be, desperate, different requirements from the property owners that are worried about the aesthetics, the line of sight, the association on long-term maintenance and how the property will look. I'm just thinking that, I don't disagree with giving them an opportunity, but I think we're just setting ourselves up for listening to this again.
You don't want to listen to it again?
Huh?
You don't want to listen to it again? Fills up our meeting.
You've got a motion.
Yes, but are we still, may I respond briefly to the Commissioner? I agree, and when difficult decisions need to be made, I'm absolutely 100% prepared to make those difficult decisions. I just think that it would be, we won't need much more time, but let's see what 2 weeks or 4 weeks can provide in terms of a collaboration. I don't think it's a deep burden upon the applicant or the community to work hastily and amicably. So I'm open to whether it is April 2nd or April 16th. I have no problem going with April 2nd to try and place urgency, but I think we would be best served as a committee, as a commission, to do so.
So your motion is for April 16th?
I'm really neutral. So, no. I think I would like, in respect to what I'm hearing from the committee, let's push it to April 2nd, and if they feel that they need more, they can come back and ask to continue it again. But let's try and create some sense of urgency. So my motion is for this item to be continued until our next meeting, which is April 2nd.
Okay. I'd like to see we have a second, and then go to Commissioner Bhatia before we vote.
Yeah, no, I think the crux of it, we just heard that we need a little more time. April 16th would be ample. I think also the applicant alluded to having an alternative CCNR. If that could be at play, we could certainly do that. If there's 100 pages, hash at it and see what you can mimic. And let's make it April 16th with maybe a possible CCNR.
So is that an alternative motion?
That would be my, alternative to...
His motion is April 2nd.
Yeah, so my alternative is April 16th.
Do I have a second on April 2nd motion?
I'll second Seth's motion.
Okay, and then now we vote on that? Or do we, I don't know what to do.
Yeah. If I could have clarification, we had the word alternative motion thrown out. Is that a substitute motion?
It's a
The
substitute motion, I believe.
then we would see if there's a second. If there is, we vote on the substitute before
Mine's
the
a
original.
substitute motion.
Do we have a second for the substitute motion? It doesn't seem that we do.
No, I'll second it. Let's just see what people would want.
Thank you.
I'll second
I
it.
appreciate
Just if we, yeah, go ahead.
So the
HOA just mentioned that they are meeting in about a week.
So does this
Second
mean that
very- very
yeah,
soon.
does this mean that the first motion, April 2nd, is out? Now we're going to vote on April
Vote on the
16th?
second motion, the substitute motion.
Okay, so we're voting
Hold on,
on,
can I ask, did we then return to the original motion? I'm sorry, this is unusual for us. Does that return to the original motion if
If
it's?
the substitute motion passes, then we don't return to the original motion.
so we need to vote on the substitute
And if it
motion.
doesn't?
Vote on the substitute.
And if it doesn't pass?
Then we come back to the original unless there's
Thank you.
another substitute.
On the motion maker for the substitute, I did get a second from Mr. Grossman, Commissioner Grossman, so are we okay with that? I already
Okay, we have
voted
a
for April
motion and a
16th. You
second.
seconded my motion.
He did second it, so can we prepare to vote, please? Oh, we need to discuss this now?
And this is on the substitute motion, Mr.
So
Chairman?
this is the motion to continue this to the April 16th meeting. So now we need to have a discussion about that before we vote. Right?
I think you can go ahead and just vote on the item.
You can just vote?
Yeah.
You want to say something?
I really appreciate, and I think it's important that the parties work together, and I think if they can come up with a private covenant, that'd be wonderful. In terms of what we as planning commissioners are voting on, though, however, and the criteria based on the city codes and the application itself, whether it adheres to those codes, I don't think that necessarily is going to change. So what I'd like to open up the possibility where we can move on, have the parties continue, perhaps submit to us a letter with that private covenant in language or what they have decided. But in terms of the applicant and the application itself and what we were presented with as the Planning Commission, I just want to make it clear that I don't think those parameters would necessarily alter, right? What we're hoping for is the parties to come together to a certain agreement on details that are perhaps outside the scope of what was presented to us as the Planning Commission this evening.
I think the people that want the continuance want to feel that there's some of the community buy-in, and I think that would make some of us more comfortable approving this project. So I think in the spirit of consensus, we should vote on the April 2nd continuation, and hopefully...
The
Chair
16th.
16th, sorry. I don't know.
Chair Stark.
I don't know. I need an assistant to keep track of this.
Chair Stark.
Sorry, so
Chair
we're doing the
Stark.
6th.
Recording Secretary, Chair Stark. Sorry.
Yeah.
There is an actual motion and a second on the table, and we have activated the vote. So
Okay.
if everyone can go ahead and please enter their vote,
Thank you,
we'll
Tam.
take care of the substitute motion. Thank you. The substitute motion has passed. 6 in favor, Pearson abstaining.
Okay. 16th. We'll see everybody back.
Clarification, Pearson has voted dissenting.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so now we're going to open the public hearing for item number 4. Director Frady, could you please introduce the item? Okay.
Small break.
Okay. Can we take a 5-minute break?
You wanna take a quick break?
Yeah, thank you.
Do we want to come back at 7 o'clock?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, let's recess until 7 o'clock.
Recess until 7 o'clock, please.
I agree. That was the most. I agree with time-wise. Now we're going back.
Well, now they're going to go ahead, discuss it, try to come together.
Right, that has nothing to do with.
It has nothing to do with the variance.
But I think it
does pressure.
No, I don't know. Have the party
And I didn't articulate it well.
Like on the next one too. Yes.
We're the planning commission. We do not set
Exactly. Or do we handle civil disputes? And that's up to them. We could have said,
I know something.
Yeah, I
Would everyone please start taking their seats? We're going to get started.
We've done that before.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Please. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
I think so.
It's different than what we usually do, but we usually have a recommendation to debate. All right. Did I open the public hearing? I don't remember. I'll open the public hearing for item 4, please. Director Frady, could you please introduce the item?
Thank you. Item 4 is a zone change establishing an alternative open space approach for Planning Area 12 Oak Creek. Presenting is Senior Planner Eric Martin, joined by Principal Planner Chris Chung.
Thank you, and good evening, Chair Stark. I'll go ahead and get started, and good evening again to yourself and members of the Planning Commission. As Director Frady mentioned, tonight Chris and I are presenting a zone text amendment application filed by the Irvine Company to amend Section 9-12-7 of the Irvine zoning ordinance, which would establish an alternative open space framework for Planning Area 12. Within the zoning ordinance, there is a discussion related to how certain planning areas are to meet their open space obligations. And for Planning Area 12, the zoning ordinance identifies the existing open space requirement as parcels B1 and B2, and those parcels are required to provide a total of 176 acres of open space. That open space is currently also required to remain under single ownership and be operated as a public golf course. Parcels B1 and B2 are outlined in red here, and it consists of the Oak Creek Golf Course. The boundary of Planning Area 12, or the Oak Creek Planning Area, is also outlined here in yellow. The open space development requirements that allow the development of the Oak Creek Golf Course were originally adopted by the City Council in 1994 and continue to apply to the subject site via Section 9-12-7 of the zoning ordinance. Irvine Company has submitted an application for a zoning text amendment, which would add additional language to Section 9-12-7 as mentioned, and that section is specific to the open space within Planning Area 12. The proposed amendment would add an optional and alternative open space framework, which would then allow decision makers to consider a nature park as an alternative to the golf course, which could continue to potentially satisfy the open space requirement for Planning Area 12. Should the zoning text amendment be adopted, no action would occur in the short term. Rather, this decision would be made in the future if a development project is proposed. Specifically, the amendment establishes a way for the city to evaluate whether the acreage of a nature park, along with associated recreation improvements, would be of equivalent value to the existing golf course land. If, in the future, this nature park option to fulfill open space requirements is pursued, the applicant would be required to submit a park plan to the city, which would include the items listed on this slide. In order for this park plan for the nature park to comply with minimum standards as established in the proposed zoning text amendment, it would need to include the dedication of 50 acres of land for a nature park and the construction of extensive recreational improvements within that park. The plan would also need to show connectivity to the Jeffrey Open Space Trail, enhanced landscape improvements along Irvine Center Drive, as well as grade-separated crossings. And lastly, the applicant would also dedicate an additional 312 acres of open space land in Orchard Hills and Portola Springs to the city. To clarify before moving on, I'd like to highlight what the proposed zoning text amendment does, followed by what it does not do. Beginning with what the zoning text amendment would do, it would add language to the zoning ordinance that would allow future consideration of a public nature park and trail system on a portion of the Oak Creek Golf Course, subject to review via the park plan entitlement process. It also establishes a framework for decision makers to evaluate whether a combination of land dedication and recreational improvements provided as part of a nature park are of equivalent value to the existing open space obligation, which is the golf course. What the zoning text amendment does not do is authorize any development or modify existing requirements for the retention and operation of a property as a golf course. It does not change the underlying general plan, land use, or zoning designations of the Oak Creek Golf Course itself or any other property for that matter in Planning Area 12. And it also does not change provisions of the 1988 Open Space Ballot Measure, also known as the Initiative Resolution 88-1. In terms of public outreach, a notice for this item was published, posted, and emailed to property owners, occupants, residents, HOAs, and other interested parties. And through that outreach, staff received numerous comments, both in opposition to and in favor of this proposal. This correspondence has been forwarded to the Commission electronically, as well as has been placed on the dais tonight. In terms of environmental review, the proposed zoning text amendment is exempt from further analysis under CEQA. For the next steps, staff does recommend that the Planning Commission receives public input and then makes a recommendation to the City Council tonight. That brings us to the end of staff's presentation. Next, representatives from the Irvine Company will be providing their presentation, and in it, you may see graphics of a potential park, but staff wants to make it abundantly clear that there is no application for any development on file with the city, and these are all conceptual in nature. With that, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Jeff Davis with the Irvine Company.
Good evening, Chair Stark, members of the Commission. I'm Jeff Davis, this evening speaking on behalf of the applicant. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to address the Commission this evening, and we do believe that the item before you is a well-considered planning option that will extend universal accessibility, usability, and the dedication of additional open space to the City of Irvine. Before I go further, however, I would like to thank the community that has been engaged with us so far over the last year. The foundation of our application emerged from their positive collaboration and encouragement as they sought to realize more publicly usable open space in the center part of the city. It was clear to us that residents were calling for a nature park. The request we heard most often was create a place for all of us to enjoy, a public park that lets us interact with nature and closer to the heart of Irvine. Personally, this has been one of the more satisfactory, gratifying master planning programs I've been involved with for my almost 30 years with the Irvine Company, with maybe the exception of our involvement with All American Asphalt. That was another pretty big thing. We've met with over 3,000 residents to listen to their ideas, and thousands more have shared their thoughts online or in mailed-in surveys. Later, I will invite interpretive planner Jenny Rigby to highlight the results of this significant engagement. But before that, I would be remiss if I did not share our thoughts as they relate to the key policy issues of this zoning application as they're presented. Chief among them is Resolution 88-1 that was a collaboration between the city, the company, and the community that sought to, quote, provide permanent protection of open space by means of public ownership, unquote. To be clear, it is also important to note what 88 did not do. It did not mention a golf course. It did not define any specific acreages. It did not establish any definitive boundaries. Instead, 88-1 called for the establishment of a network of open space spines linking conservation and open space areas, all of which would be accomplished by, and again I'll quote, an agreement between the city and the landowner prior to implementation. That agreement was adopted subsequent to 88-1 and was a memorandum of understanding between the company and the city that included about 176 acres of open space in the Oak Creek community, of which about 162 encompass the current Oak Creek Golf Course. Those acres represent the only land within the MOU that were to remain privately owned. Collectively, the policy before you this evening is an option to replace 162 acres of privately owned golf course with accessible and usable, that's currently accessible and usable for a limited few, with over 360 acres of new publicly owned and publicly usable open space. At least 50 acres, though likely to be even larger, would be a public nature park in the heart of Irvine, a place that would connect to and expand the Jeffrey Open Space Trail as envisioned in 88-1, and to provide a more passive recreation opportunity in the center part of the city. This policy would also lead to the Irvine Company building the nature park, as it did with the Jeffrey Open Space Trail. Additionally, 312 acres in North Irvine would be dedicated to the city, much of this land being connected to the city's Gateway Preserve, and will expand that publicly owned open space significantly. I'd like just to make one more final point on the process. It's important to note here that the MOU and applicable zoning, as mentioned by Eric, articulate that the precise boundaries of conveyance areas and the precise acreage to be offered for conveyance are to be determined by mutual agreement between the city and the landowner at subsequent stages of development. These terms are instructive with respect to our current application to the extent they enabled the City Council to approve the Jeffrey Open Space Trail improvements in a manner that was far different than the original MOU. In that case, by this picture, which was one that I smiled at when we got it out of the files, was also from a process guided by the community over 25 years ago. In exchange for the company funding all of the improvements that make the trail the special place it is today, the city agreed upon a reduction in the number of acres of open space as specified in the MOU. The commission might also recall that in your actions, most recently for your approval of the Gateway Village, the same improvement in lieu of land value land approach was approved for segment 4 of the Jeffrey Open Space Trail. While we believe that the previous investment in consensus building and comprehensive planning and how the now nearly completed Jeffrey Open Space Trail were well worth that exchange, it was in that spirit that we endeavored to provide options to the city with significant input from Irvine residents that could deliver Irvine's next great public open space for all to enjoy. With more on that community engagement, I'd like to introduce now Jennifer Rigby.
Thank you, Jeff, and thank you to the Planning Commission for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jennifer Rigby. I am an interpretive planner and designer with 46 years of experience, both in the field and the studio. 10 as a frontline naturalist, an educator at a nature center, a public aquarium, and a zoo, and 36 years with the Acorn Group. Among other projects, we planned, designed, and developed the interpretive media at Portola Springs Community Park, Nick's Nature Center, Bolsa Chica Wetlands, and the Bolsa Chica Conservancy Interpretive Center. My role with this particular project is as co-facilitator of the community engagement process. I work closely with the Irvine Company and SWA Group. We worked hard to create an open, welcoming platform for the community members. We encouraged feedback at each step, and we integrated it into a successive series of drawings. We began at a dreaming stage, an outdoor, open-ended exploration of what could constitute a nature park. This basic street map was presented as a study area of what could constitute a nature park. We provided an overview of Irvine's open space and images of sample amenities. Community members shared their thoughts on nature trails, bridges, nature centers, botanical gardens, meadows, and woodlands. The first street map image that I showed evolved into an initial concept map, which again is conceptual only. By the second round of community engagement meetings, we shared this draft site plan and a planning notebook, all based on the community's input. We gathered in small groups and entered an analytical stage. This is when the community members worked in small breakout groups to review each amenity on the basis of form and function. And last, In the third set of workshops, we allowed a draft set of illustrations and ideas to coalesce. This first drawing is of one of the conceptual ideas we had for the botanical and pollinator gardens. The quotation you see on the left is a direct quote from the worksheets that we asked the community members to respond to at the end of each of our community engagement workshops. The botanic and pollinator gardens are cultivated spaces focusing on native plants that specifically support native populations of bees, butterflies, and other pollinators, as well as wildlife. Creeks and arroyos were another amenity that the community members voiced very strong opinion about. It would follow a gentle grade east to west in the nature park, as seen in this illustration, and create a tranquil backdrop for outdoor gatherings. Its banks, lined with riparian woodlands anchored by California sycamore and white alder, could provide a shaded canopy and create an experience that mimics the watersheds in the Irvine Ranch open space. The community was very enthusiastic about considering the cultivation of meadows and woodlands. It could result in California's largest planned seasonal meadow, a vast rolling expanse that serves as vital pollination grounds and a stunning visual centerpiece that could provide deep shade and colorful palettes that would shift with the seasons. We envision oak trees, California sycamores, and other native trees that could provide a defining boundary, shade, and line the banks and mark the transition areas between riparian zones and these drier uplands. The top priority expressed by the residents was an extensive network of new trails interconnected with the regional trails system. The scale of this land could accommodate upward of 5 miles of new trails. Safety and continuous travel were paramount to the residents who voiced their opinions. We identified 2 potential bridges that could be created, one at the rail tracks, and a second at Irvine Center Drive. This would also enable us to completely complete the Jeffrey Open Space Trail. Within the interior, residents requested nature trails focus on pedestrian use for hikers and for families, allowing them to safely explore the park. There were 3 things that I was really struck by in doing the community engagement workshops. And the first is the mix of community members that came from throughout the city and consistently showed up for each workshop. College students, millennials, young parents, grandparents, and next-door neighbors. They all shared a common bond. That bond is the desire to create a nature park that facilitates enjoyment in a natural environment that consists of native plants, native plant habitats, and wildlife, such as songbirds and butterflies. There certainly is common agreement among these community members about desired amenities. Their motivations for visiting a nature park may be different, but their vision for the nature park itself and the setting was very similar. SWA Group was able to create these renderings and capture that vision.
Thank you, Jenny. Mr. Chairman, that concludes our prepared remarks. I think it's probably already on your dais, but I do have the community support letters from 72 different residents that are here. I was also impressed that comes from 23 Irvine villages. So both the depth and the breadth of our outreach has been, again, one of the larger that we've been able to do, at least in my tenure at the company, and we've been very happy with the support. We're here to answer questions, either now or after the public testimony, at the pleasure of the commission.
Yeah. Okay, now I'm back. Thank you for the presentation. Now is the part of the meeting where we open the public comments. Is it safe to assume we have some public comments?
Just a couple.
Or should we just vote?
Should we table it to April 16th?
Don't get started with the tabling. How many do we have, Taya?
If anyone on Zoom wishes to speak, now is the time to raise your hand. We will take speakers in the chamber first. Chair Stark, I'm going to let the Zoom participants take a minute to raise their hand, but we have over 90 here in the chamber registered, so we'll get started there.
Okay. So my understanding for the comments, we'll have 90 seconds.
That is correct.
We anticipated there would be a lot of comments, so we set the microphone up after 90 seconds. It's going to cut off, which we think is the fairest way to approach that, so everyone gets the same 90 seconds and there's no accusations of favoritism or leaning one way or the other. I would also ask, since we do have so many commenters, please try not to applaud and cheer when there's a commenter that you agree with. It is a business meeting, and we would like to get through all the commenters so everyone has a chance to speak. And, you know, tomorrow we're still all neighbors, so I would hope that we could be civil to each other, even though we may not disagree on what we're talking about. All right.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to call in groups of 5, so please come line up, and then we'll go through groups of 5. Starting with Ricardo Ramirez, followed by Ryan Bates, Tim Chang, Laura Borda, Austin T. Did we all go home? So one more time, if they're still here, Ricardo Ramirez, Ryan Bates, Tim Chang, Laura Borda, Austin T. Okay, let's start here. So if the first one can proceed to the microphone, please introduce yourself before you make your comment.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Bates. I'm an Oak Creek resident and a father of 2 kids sitting right up there who have been fascinated by the proceedings this evening. I love the city and I love the village where I get to live. And like many of my neighbors, I care deeply about the legacy we're leaving behind for the next generation. In that spirit, I'm here today representing the Irvine Neighbors for Nature, a collection of diverse group of residents who enthusiastically support the zone change that allows for the transformation of a privately owned golf course into the city's largest nature park for everyone in our community to enjoy. The planning process has been productive and purposeful through dozens of hours of community workshops. We've seen a sincere commitment to collaboration and listening to the ideas of everyday Irvine residents. We want to thank park planners Jenny Rigby and Sean O'Malley, who didn't just drop a plan, they very intentionally engaged and incorporated residents' ideas into a cohesive vision. The nature park is the culmination of the Irvine master plan coming to life. The plan bridges the final piece of the puzzle, allowing JOS to come to its full completion. And we believe leadership means more than prioritizing the common good. Means prioritizing the common good. It is thinking about our children and future generations, not just what's best for some individuals today. By recommending approval of the items before you tonight, you are ensuring that Irvine families have a sprawling natural sanctuary to explore and enjoy for years to come. We encourage you to visit our website at irvineneighborsfornature.com, which I've included in one of my attachments. And
thank you. Your time is up.
Oh, apologies. Thank you.
Let's please try to hold the applause. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Tim Chen. I'm a longtime Irvine resident. I fully support the amendment proposal about building a natural park and Oak Creek golf courses, and hope you all will move forward making the natural park a reality. Having living in Irvine for 30 years, I have seen our city grow tremendously. And the reason I support building a new natural park in central Irvine is because it replaced the private fairway with the public meadows and woodlands that everyone can enjoy. So I also see this new natural park plan is a vital return of the regional master plan vision of balanced development and preserve open space. As a senior, I'm looking forward to having a peaceful escape for trail walks and opportunity to reconnect to the natural world just minutes from my home. So thank you for considering my support and for Natural Park. I hope this recommendation can put into advance. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Borda. I have been an Irvine resident since 2003. I fully support this plan to transform the private land to a public nature park. The proposed nature park will be available to all people for the recreational use for generations to come. The expert park planners utilized by Irvine Company have decades of experience that will transform the current golf course to a natural extension of the Jeffrey Open Space Trail with meandering meadows and walking trails through trees and plants that are native to our region. I look forward to having the chance to explore this beautiful park extension when it is fully developed and open for public use. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Austin Taravolis. I've been in Irvine my whole life, growing up, and I continue to work in the city as a high school special education teacher and a coach for over 12 years. My parents grew up here as well, and I have deep roots and connection to the city. I want to thank the Irvine Company for allowing residents like me to be able to be a part of this process, and it's to keep us in mind in every piece of it, and you see that in the projection of the nature park and what it could be and what it could be moving forward. I urge that you, the Planning Commission, move forward with this so that we can continue to have a voice in the use of an area like this, changing it from a private area to public land. And as we continue to decide on what that area could look like in the future, having a voice for me and future generations is extremely important, and that is why I urge you to move forward with this. Thank you.
Calling the next 5 in-person speakers: Natalie Poland, Darby Borda, Ryan Borda, Jen King, Bill Schultz.
Hi, I'm Natalie Poulin, and I'm a 30-year resident of Irvine and an active user of our parks and community services and open spaces. And I'm here because I really love this park plan. And I personally most anticipate the botanical garden and the nature trails because I do enjoy using our open spaces, but they are further away. They're more an intense level of exercise to go to. And having this park in Irvine means I can have that immersive natural experience closer to home, and it's more accessible to people. And so I'm really looking forward to that. I think that seeing the native plants throughout the course of the year as the seasons change, I look forward to seeing that. I look forward to my morning walks there, in the summer, evening strolls with my family, sometimes just spending contemplative, meditative time alone. It's a beautiful space where you can be in the middle of the city, but you feel, because of that wonderful landscaping, you feel like you are just in a part of nature, and it's far away, even though you're in the center of the city. So thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak, and I really hope that we can make this happen.
Hello, my name is Darby Borda. I've been a resident of Irvine for 23 years. And so this is not a question of whether change is coming to Oak Creek, but it's a matter of what is the best way and what is the best course of action to make change. Our city is required by the state to plan for thousands of new buildings or houses to address the housing crisis, and the Irvine company is stepping in with a balanced solution, not just adding housing, but doing it thoughtfully. Instead of building only high-density apartment buildings, their plan creates a mix of homes, including single-family homes, that better serve the missing middle and better serve our community as homeowners. At the same time, it also adds over 50 acres in publicly accessible nature park and connects trails from across the city, creating spaces for all of our residents in Irvine, not just the golfers. It isn't about stopping growth, it's about shaping it responsibly, reprioritizing community, accessibility, and quality of life. Thank you. I'm in support of the Irvine Company.
Hello, my name is Ryan Borda. I grew up in Irvine, and I've been fortunate enough to find work and even purchase a home in the same community I grew up in, Northwood. This city means a great deal to me, and projects like this proposed nature park are exactly what make Irvine such a special place to call home. For that reason, I strongly support moving this project forward. I'm an avid runner and use Irvine's trail system nearly every day when I'm not injured. The Jeffrey Open Space Trail is a big part of that routine, but it could be more. That's why I'm especially excited about the planned connection from Orchard to Quail. Improving this linkage will make a meaningful difference for people like me and many others who rely on these trails for exercise and outdoor access. I also appreciate that this plan enhances the overall experience, not just the connectivity. I look forward to enjoying the winding trails and the more natural, open feel this park will provide. I encourage the Commission to move forward with the nature park. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Hello, my name is Jennifer King. I've been a resident of Northwood for 28 years now. I've raised my kids here, and I've spent countless hours running the trails, which are so beautiful and so beautifully connected. I am also speaking on behalf of my Rennie Irvine resident running friends who couldn't be here tonight. But what an opportunity we have now to move forward with the idea of this nature park in connection with the Jeffrey Open Space Trail. To have the chance to create a space like this is so rare, and I hope that we can take advantage of it. I have to tell you, in the entire time that I've lived here, I have only been or even seen the Oak Creek Golf Club twice, because it's fairly well hidden from view, unless you're there to golf or there for some other event. But what a gift it would be to have this nature park that we will all be able to access. Nature and natural spaces are imperative for both our physical and our mental well-being as a city, as a community, as families who are growing through generations. And I have had the opportunity to see the concept plans as they have grown, and am so impressed and so excited by the idea of this coming to fruition. So I highly encourage you to move this forward. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bill Schultz. I'm a resident of the Orange Tree neighborhood. Speaking for many of my Orange Tree neighbors tonight who couldn't be here or are uncomfortable in this environment, who do not agree with the Master Association, and like me, strongly support this effort. Having had the pleasure of observing and participating in the work that Jenny described to you, this is extremely impressive. And the result, you couldn't see it by all the depictions, but if you've seen more of the details, is absolutely stunning. I also noticed it affords the community almost twice, a little more than twice, the acres, the open acres. As I said, it's a stunning addition that truly enhances and confirms Irvine's commitment not just an open space accessible to everyone, but also its position as a leading U.S. city in every respect. I get excited to experience the diversity and the beauty of the park. As Jen said, we've worked with the Irvine Company on their feedback sessions for months. And the evolution, again, that Jenny shared and the end result of the proposal is amazing. She talked about the native plant landscapes, the botanical garden.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you. Calling our next speakers, Mike Nystrom, Sean Nelson, Emmanuel Dial, Siwi Quay, Diana Colby.
Thank you, Chairman Stark and Commissioners. My name is Mike Nystrom. I live in Northwood Point, and thank you for all you're doing tonight. I know it's going to be an arduous evening for you all. I moved to Irvine for the parks, for the amenities, the sense of community, and the thoughtful building of our villages. And this development and nature trail continues what brought me here. I've lived here for 25 years, and I represent several of our neighbors and business owners who are all in strong support of moving forward with this plan. We wholly support the nature trail, and I also encourage you to look at the Irvine Neighbors for Nature website for further input on this development. Unlike the small but very vocal opposition, we don't have matching shirts, we don't have fancy posters, but we represent the cross-section of all of Irvine. We're from every village, we represent all the demographics, and people rarely come out for something. There's always opposition, but we have seen the careful development, and I've been amazed at the thought going into the Irvine Company planning and the development proposals. I'm on Just virtually every day, and to see a continuation and a true connection of it would be amazing for our entire community. Thank you for your careful consideration.
Hello, my name is Sean Nelson. I've lived in Irvine since I was a kid. Some of my favorite memories are just being out in Irvine's parks. That's where I found my most joy growing up. We've always done a good job with the green spaces here, but I think there's still room for us to do better. Right now, I feel like there's a bit of a gap. We have plenty of developed areas, but we're still missing a real connection to the natural beauty that California is known for. I think we have a great opportunity to bridge that gap by transitioning the Oak Creek Golf Course into the public nature park. Instead of that space mostly being for a specific group, turning into a massive resource for every resident that can enjoy. It could be very beneficial for our community and for future generations. I want our future kids in Irvine to have some sort of even better opportunities to enjoy the outdoors and perhaps even have a better opportunity than I did. So, thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Diana Colby. My husband, Clark, and I are proud business owners here in Irvine, where we've invested in owning our building and growing our two companies, Spectrum E-Commerce Solutions and Brand Marketing Solutions. We've been honored to host several of our Irvine City Council members for tours and to meet our employers in our building, which we own. Our businesses are growing, and we are proud to contribute to the economic vitality of the city we care so deeply about. We've seen firsthand that employees who can live here, raise their families, and enjoy the quality of life Irvine offers are our most stable and fulfilled team members. That's why spaces like the proposed nature park matter. They support not just the individuals, but the health of our entire community and workforce. This is about the kind of Irvine we are building for families, for businesses, and for the future. And I hope you will support this nature park vision. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Hello, good evening. My name is Emmanuel Dial. Thank you for your consideration. As an Irvine resident and local business owner with over 20 years of experience working with organizations, leadership teams, nonprofits, and the community, I am a proponent for this project as a strategic asset that will strengthen the community, improve quality of life, and support long-term economic stability. Projects like this create environments where people want to live, work, and more importantly, stay in our wonderful, beautiful city. This ultimately benefits the growth and prosperity of local businesses and the broader community. I strongly encourage you to move with this project forward. Thank you.
Calling in our next group of speakers, Krisa Kelly, Farah Kanchar, Jeff Bautista, Maba Amand, Gigi Larson.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. I'm Krisa Kelly. I'm a multipreneur owning several small businesses here and operating in Irvine as well. I highly support the creation of Item 4 and the Irvine's largest nature park. I think it matters not just about what it is, but it also matters more about what it is not. And I think the presenters from Irvine Company clearly stated that. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. Thank you for your time and continued service to our community. My name is Farah Kanchar, and I am the president of the Arab American Business Chamber and a proud Irvine resident for over 15 years. My family and I originally chose to live in Irvine because it's a city that truly puts people first, especially families, and it is intentional about protecting and elevating our quality of life. That is exactly why I'm here today in strong support of this park. It's not just an open space, it's an investment in the well-being of our residents, our families, and future generations. Projects like this are what makes Irvine exceptional. They reflect a long-term vision that prioritizes people, community, and the everyday experiences of those who call the city home. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Planning commissioners, neighbors, friends, my name is Jeff Bautista, and I'm the president of the Filipino-American Chamber of Commerce of Orange County, based here in Irvine. I recently wrote a letter in support of this nature park project, and in that letter I referenced something in the Filipino culture called the bayanihan spirit, and essentially that's a community coming together to build something together for the common good. Obviously, this nature park falls within the scope of that spirit. But I'm here tonight to share with you a personal story. Recently, I had two young nieces, 9 and 6, immigrate from the Philippines. I was taking them around Orange County, and one of them had quipped, as we were going to the park and to the beach, "Wow, we can go to this for free?" You see, in the Philippines, public places like that are controlled access, available to only with those with money or the elite few. What really makes something like a nature park like this awesome is because it reminds us, and it reminded me when she made that comment, of what makes our country so great compared to these other countries that don't allow that to happen. So again, city governments, communities play an important role in keeping that dream alive, and I'm here to strongly support that. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maba Ahmad, and I'm a second year at Irvine Valley College, and I serve as student body president. at the student government there. And I'm here to say that I'm in support with this project, specifically because I grew up in Irvine my whole life. I actually live on the Jeffrey Roosevelt Street, and I come from a low-income background, and I'm first gen. So being a community college student and seeing other students who struggle financially and are looking for a space where they can relax and enjoy, and especially some students who don't even have cars, like this is a great opportunity for us to take action and to support those communities who don't have the money to enjoy these commodities. So I am in strong support, and I would love for you guys to consider this project because I've been on the Jeffrey Trail my whole life, and honestly expanding that, especially because Irvine Valley College is almost right next to Oak Creek, it would just be a really great opportunity. Thank you.
Good evening, esteemed commissioners. My name is Geraldine Larson. I am a business owner and also the past president of the Filipino American Chamber of Orange County. So we have held a lot of our meetings here in Irvine, and we're so proud to have our events here because Irvine is known to be beautiful, safe, and just so well planned. I also raised part of my son's childhood here in Irvine, so we played many baseball games at the parks, had a couple of his birthday parties there, and also my nieces went to Irvine school districts. Irvine is so beautiful, but I don't know if you haven't gone to Irvine Company's events showing the residents, the local community, what they're doing with the nature reserve, the nature park. I don't know how anybody can be against it because they have put so much time and effort and diligence in getting the community's input about what they want to do, what plans, pretty much everything. So we are thrilled to see it come to fruition and have a lot more of our events here. So we fully support the park, the open space, and I hope you guys vote for it. Thank you.
Our next 5 speakers, Maria Dumatal, Jenny Way, Neil Estrada, Bud O'Neill, and Steve Tashiro.
Hello, good evening. My name is Maria Dumatal. I am a development specialist for a cancer research foundation. Why wouldn't a cancer research foundation support this? Support the protection of open spaces because, because access to green spaces are linked to low cancer mortality rates and improved mental health. Also, open spaces act as natural lungs for cities, reducing pollution-related cancer risk and providing tranquil environments. Crucial for healing, reducing stress, and improving physical activity. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Neil Estrada. Been a resident of Irvine since 2004. I've seen the plans that the Irvine Company has, and every year that I've lived in Irvine, there's always been some changes. But with those changes, the city of Irvine continues to be a destination for many residents who want to actually live in Irvine, visit Irvine, and for many of us, we've actually frequented many of the spaces that Irvine Company's put together, whether they're retail shops, whether they're parks, whether they're communities we live in. So in this careful planning that Irvine Company has put together and put forth, I don't see what would be wrong with at least considering natural open space here in Irvine. We have a premier park system, whether it's ranked #1 or #2 in the entire nation. And a park like this would just add enjoyment to not only my young kids, but to maybe many of yours here as residents of Irvine and the community surrounding Irvine itself. So I'd please would have you strongly consider this, and I'm in full support of Irvine Company and the plan to move forward. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me to represent our community and near 1,000 Chinese seniors living in Irvine City. My name is Jenny Wei, and I had a privilege of service Irvine seniors since 2008. I work for Orange County Chinese Community Service. And for many of our seniors, access to a safe, beautiful, and a welcome outdoor space is essential for their physical health, emotional well-being, and sense of connection to the community. A nature park like this, and I had the privilege to listen to the presentation last Friday. I was just totally touched, and this is such amazing plan. And this park would provide a place where our seniors and our children and our families can walk and gather and feel a true sense of belonging in this community they called home. This project reflected the kind of care and thoughtfulness that makes Irvine so special. And I special.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Thank
you. My name is Stephen Cheryl, and I was very much impressed with the presentation of the park. I too was impressed because of this creative process that was employed. Not was it an exploitive or extractive process, trying to exploit the environment, but restoring and promoting ecological and environmental richness and health. And it was something that was not made restricted to only a few people, but all peoples of all ages and backgrounds, enriching their lives, not of this generation alone, but all future generations. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Hema N, Steve Toshiro, Michelle Kahn, Marcia Toshiro, Jerry Toshiro.
Good evening, all. My name is Hema Nipoletti. I'm here today representing Asian Business Association of Orange County in support of the proposed nature park. Projects like this are incredibly valuable, not just for recreation, but for the long-term well-being of the community. Expanding open space, improving trail connectivity, and creating areas where people can connect with nature makes Irvine an even more desirable place to live and work. As someone who's lived in Irvine for over 15 years, deeply invested in the growth of this beautiful city, who runs a technology company, and who is involved in the business community, I can say that access to high-quality green space is a major factor in attracting talent and investment. I appreciate the vision behind this project and encourage the city to move it forward. Thank you so much.
Double checking on Michelle Kahn, Marcia Toshiro, and Jerry Toshiro. No, Michelle? Marcia or Jerry, would you like to step up to the podium?
Hello, I'm Marcia Toshiro. We are here on behalf of some people that we know in Irvine. We don't live in Irvine, but we have visited your parks and know about your golf courses and things. So we are very much in favor of maintaining those and keeping those for the residents here in Irvine. We know a lot of nice people that live here, and we like to visit them and would like to for them to have it for their families and families members to come. So we hope you'll consider keeping this for them. Thank you.
My name is Gerald Teixeira. I'm a retired pharmacist. I've been living in Orange County 50 years. All my families are here. My daughters in Michigan, they're all around this area. And I think this is you can't miss this opportunity to do the right thing for the future generation. You have this opportunity and for the quality of life for everyone. I strongly support this measure. Thank you.
Next, we'll have Kimberly Go, Pumi P, Kim Fraser, Andrew Boehm, Tiffany A.
Good evening. I'm Kimberly Go. I'm an entrepreneur, and I live in Woodbury Village. Irvine has always been a city that thinks ahead, and I believe this is one of those moments. I'd love to see the Oak Creek Golf Course reimagined as a nature park, a space that any resident can enjoy freely. A nature park would give families a place to gather, children a place to explore, and neighbors a reason to slow down and connect. No fees, no gates, just green, open space that anyone can enjoy, right in the heart of our city. I understand this is a complex decision with many voices involved. I simply hope that as you weigh those voices, you'll consider how many more residents could benefit from this space as a nature park. Irvine has always invested in its people, and I hope this will be another example of that.
Hi, my name is Pumi. I lived in Irvine for 7 years, and this is my very first town meeting. Yeah, very scary, very wild, rowdy. I really like seeing everybody here and just knowing that everybody here cares and is excited for their own reasons. And I'm also worried about getting jumped in the parking lot, so please don't hurt me. I just got married, and I'm hoping to start a family soon. And there's a lot of places to live, right? You know, California is a beautiful place, but we hope to live in Irvine. We hope to stay here and grow. And I'm not anyone famous. I just teach kids with autism, so it's not anything fancy, but we do hope to afford to stay. And the park looks beautiful and great, and I am super nervous, and I hope that wasn't nonsense to everyone here. Okay, I'm gonna go now. Thank you so much, bye.
Hello, I'm Kim Fraser, and I'm a Woodbridge resident. I've only lived in Irvine for 4 years, but I lived close enough for a long time that I could come here and enjoy the wonderful parks that you have. And I think that this is an exciting project because it's a big improvement on what we have already started here. So I was involved in the planning sessions, and I wish that some of the people here that were not involved could have been there because they would realize how incredible this new park will be. So I appreciate your consideration. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Andrew Boehm. I was born and raised in Turtle Rock back in the 90s, and I live in the Oak Creek neighborhood. I've lived in and around Irvine my entire life. As a kid, I would play and explore through Bomber Canyon and Quail Hill. And as an adult, I ride my bike every day to work across Irvine, this nearly completely interconnected nature trail system. Our access to nature is our city's greatest resource, and inviting a nature park into the heart of the city is the greatest possible value proposition for any urban community like Irvine. The only way to reduce car traffic and congestion is to incentivize people into adopting alternative forms of transport. And what better way to achieve that than to complete the bike trail connection from the foothills to the coast, inviting cyclists of all kinds to turn their gridlocked car commute into a peaceful cycling adventure through a beautiful, restorative, world-class nature park. You have before you a once-in-a-century opportunity to build something truly beautiful that every community in North America will want to emulate. I hope you find the courage to follow through on this project. Invite native plant species and public pedestrian-focused engagement into the heart of Irvine, and once again set the gold standard for urban development for the whole world to see. Thank you for your time and for your consideration.
Hello, esteemed Planning Commission. My name is Tiffany Aguinaldo, and I live in Cypress Village, which is the neighborhood next door to the plans for the future nature park. My family of 3, which includes a 4-year-old daughter, can't wait to enjoy crossing the Jeffrey Open Space Trail Bridge and maybe one day cross from our home to this nature park. I would like to share my support for the agenda item 4, Nature Park. I have spent several hours over the last couple of months along with fellow community members and hosted focus groups with the Irvine Company and their selected landscape architects on the development and planning for the nature park in Irvine. After hearing the most recent plans as of last week, Friday, I am confident that the Irvine Company will follow through their plans that are best for the community and for the city. I see these plans as a true gift to our city and our community. Thank you for your time.
Our next speakers are Angeline Ahn, Peter Au, Alice Schroeder, John Elberton, Joanne Schlobodin.
What was the order again? Good evening. Now you finally get to hear the other side.
Again, that's just going to prolong the meeting, and you're eating into the speaker's time.
We're okay with that. Good evening. My name is John Alberton. This isn't about rezoning for a 50-acre nature park. This is about rezoning 200-plus acres of permanent open space into the Oak Creek Village. And if you include the driving range, which is zoned open space recreation, then it's 300-plus acres. This permanent open space is either a golf course or it's all a nature park. It's not a 50-acre nature park and multi-million-dollar homes. This Planning Commission does not have the authority to do this. This was voted on by the entire city of Irvine in 1988, and the 7 of you do not have the authority to trump the vote of the entire city. This is an absolute abuse of power. As for the Irvine Company, their narrative that they have been presenting to the city lately, that they're going to either build 31 housing units on Oak Creek property, or if you don't let them do that, they will build 5,000 housing units in the area instead. Well, there's a word for that, and that word is extortion. You do not negotiate with extortionists. You do not have the authority to do this. You need to stop this in its track immediately, put it to a vote of the entire city. This is just plain wrong, and everyone knows it, including you. Do the right thing and kill this attempt by the Irvine Company to undo what was negotiated and voted upon in 1988. This property does not need to remain a golf course in perpetuity.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Hi, everyone. I'm Joanne Slobodian. Thanks for volunteering, as we all are.
You're being asked tonight to recommend a deal that rewrites the rules on protected land without saying it, gutting Oak Creek's protections and calling it procedural. The Irvine Company was already paid with development across Irvine in exchange for preserving this land, and now they're asking for an alternative instead of what they owe. Your staff report spells it out. A nature park, improvements, connectivity, avocado groves again. That is a replacement. The Irvine Company values this land at about $230,000 an acre as a golf course, while pushing changes that make it worth millions, and using that gap to trade away protected central Irvine open space is neither fair nor the original intent. I've been asking about the easement since June. I filed public record requests. The city responded, records are being withheld because they would expose the public's agency decision-making process and discourage candid discussion. And when I asked Eric Martin for the 75% numbers, I was told staff is still reviewing it. So here's the reality. You are being asked to act while the city is withholding facts and still reviewing whether this land is actually already owed to the public. If you don't know whether the easement is owed, you don't know what you're voting on. They may say this isn't a land use change, but it is. You're redefining what counts as open space by trading protected land.
Thank you. Your time is up.
It doesn't work that way. Sorry.
Calling the next speakers, Joseph L. Joseph, Mason Buck, Russell Peterson, Sheila Gilmore, Vasantha Kay.
Good evening, Commissioners. Joseph from the Filipino-American Chamber of Commerce of Orange County. I'll make this short and sweet. I support item 4 on this agenda. Thank you to the Irvine Company. I was part of the planning process and looking forward for tomorrow and for future generations to come. Thank you very much.
Hello, Planning Commission. My name is Mason Buck. I'm a resident of Cypress Village, and like many people in the city, I rent. I rent because I cannot afford to buy in this city. The median sale price of a home in Irvine is $1.4 million. That's completely unfeasible for someone like me and my wife, who've just started out our careers and love this city. The plan, the amendment as proposed today, I believe the Commission should support. It's the start of a potential piece of the puzzle to the solution of affordable housing in Irvine. Excuse me, it is my time.
It is his time, and you're being rude to him.
I cannot afford to live in this city. This is the first step in helping ease that issue. I encourage in the future that this commission considers affordable options for the development of the Oak Creek area, including duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes, to allow the people who work in the city to actually live in the city, as 88% of people who work here don't live here, they commute in. So I strongly urge the commission to approve this amendment as written. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sheila Gilmore. I've been attending with great interest the envisioning meetings, I should say, that the Irvine Company has sponsored in order to put forth their proposal to develop the nature park on the site of the Oak Creek Golf Course. I believe that this is an inspired idea and one that was put together very thoughtfully and it was very impressive to participate in that process. And it is in keeping with Irvine's reputation as a city with an outstanding system of parks, trails, and open space. For many reasons, Irvine stands out as a great place to live. My partner and I have lived in West Irvine for 25 years and continue to be impressed with the city's planned accessibility to nature, which is nationally recognized. This proposed project, which also has a tie-in to the Jeffrey Open Space Trail, would continue Irvine's great tradition of providing something so needed in our complex world, a place to touch nature and remember our place in it. I hope to see it come to fruition. Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Russ Peterson. Hi, Commissioners. I'll just be honest. I've been part of the envisioning meetings, and I came in very skeptical. The Irvine Company has done some things that I don't totally agree with at times, right? And so I thought this was just going to be a box that they were going to check off, right? They got community input. But the whole process, they really listened to the people. The whole concept changed so drastically, like all the time. What was important: streams, meadows, ponds, right? Nature center, amphitheater. Everything was considered. They asked the community what's important to you, what's not as important, what would you like to see in a perfect nature center, nature park. And I was really impressed. And the result was what the proposal is. What else did I have to say? Sorry. I think that's it. Thank you, and I support this.
Hi, my name is Basanta Kandasamy, and I have been an Irvine resident since 1994. I fully support the proposed amendment to the zoning ordinance. As someone who regularly walks the Jeffrey Open Space Trail, I support the nature park and grade separated crossings. However, when the time comes, I urge you to reject any proposal for a single-family only development at Oak Creek. Irvine urgently needs both affordable and workforce housing. Having more housing in Irvine for people who work in Irvine would result in fewer vehicle miles traveled, leading to reduced overall traffic. While workforce housing is essential for professionals such as firefighters, teachers, and nurses, it is equally important that permanent, affordable housing is built on-site rather than through in lieu fees. Thank you.
Our next speakers, Michael LeBlanc, Matt Breton, Ray Perello, Steve Allison, Paul Vu.
Good evening. I'm Michael LeBlanc. I retired from the Irvine Company in 2017. I worked there 36 years, so I best Jeff Davis by 6 years. I hired Jeff, and I know the city, I know the Irvine Company knows how to design parks, but this is the Planning Commission, not the Parks Commission. What my concern is, and there was misstatements made about 88-1. I worked on the open space agreement and the resolution 1988. I worked with the city leaders about that. What's been glossed over is that when the resolution was passed overwhelmingly, it incorporated an open space dedication program in the general plan that sets forth how open space is to be protected. It does not allow for substitutions to get park credit to buy out of your open space land dedication requirements. And it was very clear in the general plan that there would be an implementing actions program that would be included in the general plan. You cannot adopt zoning that's inconsistent with the general plan. And that's exactly what you're being asked to do. Everybody knows this is just a precursor for the residential development that the Irvine Company has in mind. I urge you to reject this piecemeal approach. You need to look at the entire plan before you make a decision. You need to understand not only how this open space plan works, but how it works for the community that they're representing. And then after you do a full EIR...
Thank you. Your time is up. Sir, thank you. Your time. Thank you.
Once again, I'd like to remind the audience, no cheering, no booing. This is a business meeting, and we need to get out of here at hopefully a reasonable hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Hello, Commission. My name is Matt Breton. I'm the president of the Woodbridge Village Association Board of Directors. And as you know, Woodbridge is a very close proximity to parcel number 8, planning area 12. and our residents have concerns what's happening. And on behalf of that, I urge you to be opposed to this zone change due to the lack of information in this itself. First, the appraisal itself. The entire equivalency framework of this proposal is based on a land value of $230,000 per acre. This figure reflects the land use as a public golf course and is in its most restricted form. It does not reflect the true nature of this as a developed land, which is what Irvine Company is planning to do with it. Additionally, from a second point, what is missing is also just as troubling. There is no impact study. There's no traffic analysis, no parks need assessment, and no study of how converting the golf course would affect residents' quality of life or access to open space. Your staff is saying that no environmental review is required because no physical development is approved tonight. However, this is just a gateway. Also, to not take up too much time, I also want to close with this. You've heard a lot of residents and even the Irvine Company state how people would love to have a nature park. I think we're all in agreement. However, what we want to have is not 50 acres of a nature park within our central area, but 162 acres. Let's keep this space in the center of our city completely open, as it can be a legacy for open space for all of Irvine.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Hi, my name is Ray Perello. Thank you, first of all, for the planning committee members and having the opportunity to speak and be present. I've been a Irvine resident since 1981, and I've been here before. Rancho San Joaquin Golf Course was threatened with development. We residents showed up, we organized, we spoke, and we fought. Here's the difference. Rancho San Joaquin land was an open space. This is Central Irvine land meant to be preserved, not house 3,100 units. Oak Creek is already nature. Why destroy it? Our current community collected thousands of signatures, yet the Irvine Company stopped this democratic process with a letter to the city clerk. A private corporation interfering with the citizens' initiative. Is this how a city operates fairly? Our city should be run by citizens. If Irvine is run by the residents, then put this decision to a ballot. We who live here need to have choice, not be controlled by a corporation. Once this land is gone, to rezone 3,100 housing units with a natural preserve, it's done. Please create a ballot as promised. Let the Irvine...
Thank you. Your time is up.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Steve Allison. I'm a 19-year resident of Woodbridge, also on the Woodbridge Board of Directors. And I just wanted to observe that it seems like this issue has really been dividing our community. As it's been developing, we've heard a lot of feedback from our residents and neighbors. There are concerns about the development that this park plan would then enable. And I think that there's a lot of questions that still need to be answered. And in the spirit of compromise and developing a really solid plan for the future, gathering more information on what are the impacts on traffic, what are the impacts on Woodbridge schools and Irvine schools, how are we going to meet the demand for retail needs in the region surrounding the Oak Park development. There are these questions that have been coming up and are still relevant, and as President Breton just mentioned, we need to address these before moving forward on this project. So I urge you to take that into consideration and consider more time tabling this issue. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Paul Vu, and I have been an Irvine resident for 45 years. I oppose the zoning request because it is the Irvine Company's first step before they build 3,000 homes on Oak Creek. I oppose building homes on Oak Creek for 3 reasons. The proposed project will not help with the affordability issue. Building more homes will worsen the existing traffic gridlock. And third, Oak Creek is already protected open space with Resolution 88-1. The Irvine Company simply cannot be relied upon to help with affordability, since they are the cause of high housing costs in the first place. Several prospective tenants have told me how the Irvine Company has gouged its renters. One potential tenant on disability, needing dialysis and kidney transplant, had its rent increase from $2,900 to $3,300 starting in April, a 14% increase. Another applicant had their rent increase from $3,500 to $5,000. The Irvine Company said they will offer low housing with the Oak Creek development, but put a limit of only 200 two-year rental vouchers. What will happen in year 3? Do the rents then increase to market price? With the newly constructed homes, Irvine Company will most likely set an average selling price according to market to maximize profit. Relying on the Irvine Company to improve overall housing affordability is like trusting a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Thank you. Our next speakers, Jaime Acklander, Jim Foley, Rolf Parks, Art Berry.
Hello, my name is Jaime Acklander, not Jaime, and I resident in Woodbridge for 20 years. I oppose this project. Here are my reasons. First, I like the presentation of the Irvine Company. I love those pictures, those, I don't know, Van Gogh pictures that she showed. I would like to have one in my living room because it has no buildings whatsoever. But the truth is that this project is for development. That's what the business, the Irvine Company does. And, people like you and like us in the 80s, they vote for an agreement to have the open space. And I'm sure that they have a lot of discussions. And those things take time, and it was agreed for. But to kill a project or change it, you can do it just like that, with the signature, and you can terminate this. But it's not what people are attacking today. We should focus on what the impact of the development will have on us. Cars, schools, people in the Great Park, they have to take the kids to Lake Forest for schools, for some schools. So we don't want that, and please protect us. You are the people that protect us. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Art Brown. I live in Woodbridge. I've lived there for quite a while. And I've been to these meetings at the City Hall for the regular. And most people cover what I've done. But the one thing I want to talk about is the traffic issue. As they talk about the 3,000 houses, I live in Woodbridge. Irvine Center and Jeffrey are a mess several times of the day. I mean, they're just, I don't know where you guys live. But it takes me 4 traffic lights sometimes to get through them. And if you put 3,000 houses right there, it's only going to make it worse. I've even talked to a cop. A cop, honestly, one time told me that it's so bad, sometimes it takes them 20 minutes across town. And that's a security issue. And the other thing up there on the poster, Irvine Company says they're going to put better landscaping on Irvine Center Drive. How can they put better landscaping? They're going to have to take out all the landscaping and let the cars go through. So anyway, as I said, a lot of people said some smart things here. So I hope you guys make a smart decision. Thank you.
My name is Rolf Parks. I am the president of the Orange Tree Master Homeowners Association and co-chair of the Committee to Protect All Irvine Open Space. I've sent you a couple of letters, including an email today. So what we've known, what we've heard from everyone here is that, yeah, that's a great park that would be beautiful to be built and to have. But that only comes with the price of adding 2,000 to 3,000 homes on the remaining parcels around the park. If you don't give them the houses, they're not going to build that park. The houses to be built are controlled by Initiative 88-1, That gives the right of the citizens to vote on whether that land should be developed. Trying to say that you're going to approve this park, well, they're not going to get it, because it requires a vote. In addition, I filed an initiative with the city here in January to actually strengthen that by protecting all Irvine open space, which includes the Oak Creek Park area. And the Irvine company pointed out just last week that the thousands of signatures that we gathered in this petition, I'm not sure if everybody knows that, was quashed because they pointed out that the city clerk committed misfeasance by giving us incorrect information by where to publish that petition. And because of that, it's created a very big mess for the city and that they have to clear up.
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next speakers will be Laura Cormick, Ben Seville, Linda Smith, Dorothy Solinger, Susie Winokur.
Spoke to you. My name's Laura Cormack. Irvine has developed cramped-in, high-density villages between Sand Canyon and Jeffrey across the whole valley from Quail Hill to Portola and beyond. The Oak Creek Green Space Preserve is the only area we have accommodates recreation and nature. TIC wants to destroy the last piece of land that supports the environmental well-being as well as the many species of birds and animals that rely on the centralized area around our neighborhoods that support our natural ecosystem. There's nothing but a valley of boxes to store us in between commuting, working, and consuming. Owning an overpriced box with no parking is not what I call home ownership, especially if you are paying exorbitantly high HOA every month dues. The city council, city leaders, and TIC apparently do not care about the general welfare of the residents of Oak Creek, Orange Tree, Cypress Village, and beyond. The people of Irvine Company are not our neighbors. They don't live here. They don't care that you sit in your car on Sand Canyon, Jeffrey, Irvine Center Drive, Barranca, and Alton for 30 minutes to travel less than 1 mile to get home or go to school or work. Why destroy a natural conservation preservation to make way for piling up more people on top of each other? The city council members who are elected to represent the people who live here, not to bow to the whims of the Irvine Company. Nothing.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you.
Your time is up.
I don't think so, not yet. We have Ben, Linda, Dorothy, Susie.
My name is Linda Smith. Oh, you already cut me off. Okay. Hi, my name is Linda Smith. I've been a resident of Woodbridge since 1983. I am here to be vehemently opposed to what is before you. You do not have the right, as been presented tonight, to take back permanent open space. We know, and I sat here and I cannot believe, even after all my years in Irvine, the hubris of the Irvine Company. To sit here with this bait and switch to give us 50 acres instead of 200, I personally have received mailings that say to me, you can either take this 50 acres and 3,100 homes or 5,000. That is unacceptable. You need to return this to the city council and it needs to go to the voters where it belongs. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Susie Winokur. Well, when I was first listening to the first about 15 people, I just sat in my seat and felt thoroughly saddened, disgusted, and disrespected. Resolution 88-1 basically says it's to remain open space. With the Scrivener's error, the overlay, everything that the Irvine company has tossed out, they are master manipulators. What they are doing to the city of Irvine is scary. Their legacy should be to leave this in its entirety as a nature park. I'm a golfer. I'd rather it be a golf course. But if they want to give their gift to the citizens of Irvine, like one of the speakers said, a true gift would be the 200 acres. Yeah, nature park's fabulous. I went to one of the planning meetings last week. The hydrology of water, the songbirds, all the butterflies. It was so syrupy, I kind of got a little sick to my stomach. But it was beautiful. So anyhow, make it a full nature park. But definitely 88-1 should stand, or it should go back to the voters as I voted in 1988. Thank you.
Next, we'll take Catherine Osan, Richard Bell, Changhua Wee, Bobby Rush, Dr. Thomas P.
Good evening. Thank you for being here. My name is Catherine Osan. I've lived in Woodbridge for over 40 years, raised 3 children there. I'm hiking, running the trails of Irvine every day. I voted for Resolution 88-1 back in 1988, and I strongly oppose any change in this zoning amendment. What is important is to keep in mind the numbers. The park, the golf course, is nearly 200 acres. The park that they're proposing is a quarter of that. It's beautiful. The drawings are beautiful. They're sexy. Everybody wants it. They want the open space. They want the trails to continue. What they are not showing you is what's going to happen to that other 150 acres. How many units they're going to build, how many cars are going to go onto our streets, how much more traffic we're going to have, what it's going to do to our quality of life. Think about that. Don't think about the 50-acre park. Think about the other 150 acres. I strongly oppose this, and I encourage you to oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, each of you, for being here. My name is Bobby Rush. I've been with Irvine since 1980. I live in Woodbridge. I love Irvine, or I wouldn't be here. But I'm asking you tonight to think about Walt Disney. When he built Disneyland, do you think his dream was to have it like it's become? When I came to Irvine, I didn't expect to be standing here asking you to honor the vote that we voted for Prop 88. We voted for you, and I'm asking each of you individually, as I look at your eyes, to think about what you hear and what you feel with integrity, to honor the vote that we voted in as much as we voted for you. What do you want for your mother-in-law, father-in-law, grandparents, great-grandparents? I'm a great-granddaughter. I live here because I want to be safe. I live here because it's beautiful. I appreciate the butterflies and the trees and all of that good stuff. But I know that if you were to allow the destruction of the vote that we voted for, you are also putting our police officers and me and every person here in danger because of the increase in traffic. I don't need that, and I bet you don't want to be driving in traffic either. So I say, listen to your heart, show integrity, honor our vote as we've voted for you as well. And I'd like to keep that honest and simple and honorable.
Thank you.
Chair Stark, Vice Chair Lynn, Commissioners, I am Dr. Thomas Parham. I sat in your seat as a planning commissioner, working with Mike LeBlanc, with Jeff Davis and other members of the Irvine Company years ago. I moved and relocated to Irvine back in 1985. I was here when that vote that Mike talked about went on. This, for me, is a question of integrity. I've stylized a piece of writing in my scholarly work that says life at its best is a creative synthesis of opposites in fruitful harmony. Big fancy way of saying sometimes our greatest strength is also our greatest weakness. Sometimes our greatest weakness, our greatest strength. What disappoints me as a person who used to live in this city, worked at that university for 33 plus years, is A, this feels like bait and switch and betrayal to me from what we voted on as residents back in '88. Secondly, it lacks, I think, what is the creativity that the Irvine Company could certainly utilize. I don't want to argue against open space or this park. What I want to argue against is the lack of imagination where they could still preserve Oak Creek Golf Course, put the housing in which they desperately need, and also move forward with trying to do it in other parts of the city and not concentrate it where it is. It also, I think, is a question for you as commissioners about whether or not this is about a transactional piece or you want to be transformative leaders.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next speakers, Greg Smith, John Evans, Sheila Stewart, Nancy Wang, Eugenia Francis.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. My name is Greg Smith. I'm a former member of the Irvine City Council and served 12 years on the Irvine Planning Commission. The action you're being asked to ratify tonight is a de facto approval of residential in Village 12. In my 30-plus years of service to this community, no village within the central core of this community has ever been planned on a piecemeal basis. It's always been looked at as a whole. If I put my planning commissioner hat on tonight and look at what you're being asked to do, my recommendation as a planning commissioner would be to direct or to give recommendation to the City Council that this village, Village 12, be considered as a whole, and you not reconsider the nature park until you get details on all of Village 12, what Village 12 is going to be. Keep the planning process consistent with our master plan and with our history. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Sheila Stewart. I struggled many years ago to be able to afford to live here. If I were buying today, I couldn't be here tonight as a resident. I couldn't afford myself. I am so honored to be a resident for so many years. And what I love about this area is the beauty. I am a golfer. I can't afford to go to Oak Creek. But if I can, I will, and I'm saving up for that. And I've met all the people there. I've gone to the driving range. It's wonderful. It is a privilege to golf. It is a rich man's sport. But we also have places that we can go that are inexpensive. One of the things that's quite clever, I have realized, is that this open space that was dedicated on your Proposition 88.1, it is a way for the city to make revenue and still have an amazing commitment to the plan to have an open space. And no one has brought that up this evening. That was a brilliant decision. The people that work there are wonderful. What I'm concerned about is the backstory that keeps popping up. There was a law, that's what we would call it, that's what makes us Americans. We say what we want, we put it on paper, it is a rule or a guide. It's not a guideline, it's a law. And that's what people hear that they talked about. I wasn't here to vote on it back in the 80s. But we're changing that. And you're...
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you.
You guys still awake? Okay. The Irvine Company wants us, the residents, to believe they are benevolent. They are not. They are a for-profit organization and have proven themselves to be ruthless. The Irvine Company is working hard to lowlight the potential village areas. They don't care about our quality of life. This is a trap, and I'm not buying it. You're all the experts, so I'm counting on you to see the loopholes that they will try to leverage. I noticed all the coulds and mights and visions in their proposal. They have done the bait and switch before. How's that elementary school in Los Olivos coming along? The revamped plan is a wolf in sheep's clothing, as mentioned by others. They consistently don't deliver what they promise and are not to be trusted. Their marketing practices are complete propaganda. If they were regulated like many industries, they would be heavily sanctioned for their half-lies. The missing middle, come on. The city needs to rein in this egregious behavior by honoring the 1988 decision by the voters, put it to rest once and for all. Send them a message that their misleading tactics won't be tolerated. The only thing good that came out of this whole situation in the last year is my son wrote a kick-ass college application about the ethics and behavior of corporations. It was really good. You and the City Council have a right and a responsibility to the residents. Do not be fooled. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Eugenia Francis. I've lived here since '76, so I probably have the record tonight. I want to say that I found the Irvine Company's presentation extremely deceptive. I loved all of the beautiful watercolors of the nature park. I didn't see one rendering of what the housing, the traffic, the parking would look like. However, the council spent over an hour and a half, I couldn't believe it, looking at Mr. Potter's house, looking at the easement, looking at the gravel, looking at the entrance. All of this went on forever. My gosh, that was one place in Irvine, one. So I want you to exercise the same careful deliberation that you put on this one house that was going into Irvine that would only impact, I believe, the houses on Sandpiper, et cetera. This will impact everyone that lives in Woodbridge. And as far as the Irvine Company benevolent, I do believe if they were benevolent, all of the acreage would be a nature park. And for raising the rents, I think we should be gathered here. I understand they're gouging their Gelsons. Who's here to protect Gelsons? Maybe we should look into that. Thank you.
Nice job. There you go.
Next, we'll take Lisa Wood, Chloe Bowie, Alan Meyerson, Vivek D., Ziliang Chen.
Ready? Good evening. I bet you can't tell what I'm going to say. My name is Lisa Wood, and I'm a 23-year resident of the Orange Tree community. In 1988, the people of Irvine voted to protect the Oak Creek property through Initiative 88-1, a voter-approved measure that clearly states that any change to its open space designation must go back to the people for a vote. That protection was not symbolic, it was binding, it was intentional. Yet tonight, this commission is being asked to consider zoning changes to land that the voters placed off limits without their direct approval. That is not what 88-1 allows. That is not what the City Council committed to when it voted 7-0 to return this issue to the ballot. And that is not what residents were promised. At last night's Democrats for Greater Irvine Candidate Forum, Mayor Larry Agron said something simple and true: the people will be heard. That is the standard, that is the law, and that is the expectation. I urge you to honor 88-1, honor the City Council's commitment, and honor the voters who decided to protect this land. This decision belongs to the people of Irvine and only the people. Table this item, put it on the ballot, let the voters decide.
Hi, my name is Vivek Devraj. I live in Woodbridge and I work in Irvine. As you've heard from others before me, this is an obvious bait and switch effort to build a large housing development over the current green space that is the Oak Creek Golf Course. Nobody opposes the idea of running trails. I run every other day. Nobody opposes the idea of parks and open spaces. My two daughters leverage and enjoy the parks of Irvine. This is really to destroy open space and compromise what we enjoy as Irvine residents. My commute home is a 3-mile drive right up Irvine Center Drive from Spectrum to Yale. It cuts right through this thing that we're talking about right now. During rush hour, that 3-mile drive is a 30-minute commute. I cannot fathom what that commute becomes if 3,100 houses were to be built in that area. Lastly, and this is more personal to me, but I chose to live in Woodbridge right around the corner from Oak Creek because of the existence of that course. I enjoy the course and the amenities. My daughters enjoy the course. Local schools and colleges practice and play there. Golf is one of the fastest growing sports in America. It just kills me inside. I know that that's not the point of this, but it just makes me sad if we were to lose that course. If this land is going to be repurposed, as others have said, it should be up to the residents to vote on it. And I think the bait and switch is, I actually feel really sorry for the people that have been kind of cajoled into this grandiose thing about open spaces, because all we'd be doing is losing significant open space. Thanks.
Next, we'll take Richard Bustamante, Cheryl Long, Blake Regal, Christina, Susan S.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Cheryl Long, and I'm a retired family medicine physician, and I've lived in Irvine since 1980. I want to thank you for all your work in addressing the challenges of the housing supply and affordability crisis that we are experiencing in Irvine. Part of the rewarding work includes the design of associated amenities like the proposed Remarkable Nature Park. Going forward with this park supports a thriving and hopefully a sustainable multi-generational community for the future. As you continue to do so, I'm here to urge you to vote for the proposal added language to the zoning ordinance. However, I am also here to urge you to reject any single-family homes only development in Oak Creek. I urge you to negotiate for mixed housing and for the requirement that all new construction requires a 15% affordable housing for those with low income. Many would be very surprised to know that making as much as $94,000 a year qualifies someone for low-income housing. Those in need for low-income housing include first-time professionals. These are our adult children who are wanting to return to where they grew up. Businesses are unable to attract or keep these professionals due to the high cost of housing. Additionally, well over 80% of people who work in Irvine commute in from other parts outside the city. This includes our teachers, our nurses, firefighters, and police. Increasing the
Thank you. Your time is up.
Hi, my name's Blake. I grew up here and then I left and came back. I live in Woodbridge. I have a wife and 4 kids, and there's been a lot of great points tonight. I'm not going to repeat those, but first and foremost, this is an illegal Trojan horse. It is a bait and switch. It was voted on. You guys got to vote on it. Let us vote on it again. On a personal side, I came back to raise my family here, just like the family there on that logo. This is a city for families. That's why I always saw it. And what they are trying to do is an attack on families. And let me tell you why, because I live off Irvine Center Drive as well. And when I lived in LA, I used to dream of coming back to California, back to Irvine, to the streets we have here. Now, Irvine Center Drive most of the time of the day is worse than La Brea or La Cienega in traffic. It's robbing us of family time. In the busy lives of parents and their families, the commute is getting crazy. We cannot take any more. We cannot take any more building. This is robbing people of, you know, being able to get their kid to practice, being able to get them to get their music classes done. They are not going to be able to do that. They're spending 30 minutes going each way. Their work commutes are killing them. This is them not being able to read their children a book at school at night. This is them losing days out of the month, weeks out of the years. And I've added up the time. This is going to hurt families. Okay, you can build more homes. Who cares? You're not going to be in your home. You're going to be in your car, stuck in traffic. Out of the respect and dignity of families, like the family you see on that symbol there, and the reason why people move here, you cannot let them do this. Let the people vote. Give dignity and respect to families.
Your time is up.
Good evening. I'm Christina Shea, former mayor of the city of Irvine, and I'm very pleased to see all of you this evening. And thank you for being there and listening to our concerns. I think Greg Smith really said it well. This is piecemeal planning. The voters approved open space. And part of that open space in 1988 and reapproved in 1991 was to protect Center City open space, Northwood open space, Bomber Canyon, Quail Hill, and that has to go back to the voters. This concept of this nature park, actually when I talked with the Irvine company, that kind of was my idea. I said, we should probably have a wildlife park. And the idea is great, but if you're gonna do it, it's gonna have to be on 170 acres, not on 50 acres, because what you're not being told is once they get the 50 acres, they're gonna have to have approvals of up to 5,100 homes, and a lot of these homes, most of the property we were told is not affordable. They said the affordability would be 1.4 million, I think you said that in our meeting. I don't see how that's affordable for anybody unless you're wealthy. So at the end of the day, I would ask this commission to please send this back to the city council and require and demand a vote of the public. The voters voted on it, and the voters need to vote on it to determine, do they want this development?
Thank you. Your time is up. Our next round of speakers include Heidi, Mary Stevens, Shannon Arlon, Frank Lynn, Terry B.
Okay, good evening, planning commissioners. My name is Heidi, and I've been living in the ranch since 1987 and a 46-year Irvine resident. I'm here because we need to be skeptical of the Irvine Company's Nature Park pitch. Their glossy pictures and could-be promises look nice, but they're not honest. We caught TIC employees speaking in support of the development at meetings, posing as regular residents. That makes me question the whole community survey. How many supporters were actually paid staff? And the survey skipped the neighborhoods hit hardest. It didn't include the ranch, Orange Tree, Smoke Tree, and the Meadows, which is right around Oak Creek. That's not real feedback. Jenny Rigby's presentation tonight stated could be over and over with pretty interpretive drawings that conveniently omit the power lines the trails would run under. No mention of the Southern California Edison easement, no hard data from engineers, no real environmental study. We're supposed to decide on wishful thinking instead of solid science and a full CEQA review. That's not how we protect Irvine. And let's talk location. With thousands of more cars, pollution, noise, and constant clearing under power lines would kill the promised riparian woodlands and pollinator gardens. Bees, butterflies, and hummingbirds won't thrive in that mess. We're calling out the greenwashing. The promised nature park is not a real habitat.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Hello, and thank you for your patience with all of this. My name is Mara Stevens, and I've been a resident since 1977 when Woodbridge wasn't built yet, and I've seen this before. I voted in 1988. I was so relieved. And then I think I voted again in 1991 for something similar, and my neighbors were not fooled by this. They even show the incredible high density around this skinny little park and omitting the whole footprint of the place. So as a community emergency response team leader for the village of Woodbridge, I was already concerned about how we might evacuate people around one loop that has 7 entrances to 3 streets that you can't even drive down most of the time anyway. This is not making Irvine a safe city. And yes, a nature park there, 170 acres of it would be great. But we know that isn't it. Irvine is becoming very high density. The tenements and the warrens in the Great Park, it doesn't really feel like a park anymore. And then all the construction at the Spectrum and in the West Side, we're becoming Inglewood, even without the airport. So I urge you, please, protect what is still left of our beautiful city that is safe and green and smart and healthy, and don't let this just happen. Send it back to the council. Let the people vote on a ballot that clearly states...
Thank you. Your time is up.
Hello, I'm an Irvine resident of 5 years. Firstly, just wanted to echo what other folks have said about the use of the space and converting it into a park. It kind of doesn't make sense if you're switching 100% of green space for 30% of green space. I'm not sure how that math adds up, personally. And secondly, just wanted to mention that I know we've had a few golfers. I'm learning to play golf. I'm not very good, but I'm trying, and I have frequented Oak Creek. And I will just mention that we are pretty short on golf courses in Irvine. And, you know, it is a well-used facility. It's a beautiful facility with, you know, real grass. There aren't that many golf courses that have, driving ranges that have real grass. So it would be a loss to the community, and I feel like there should be a vote, and the 18, whatever it was, rule should be honored. And that's it. Thank you.
Nice job.
Next, we'll take speakers Gloria He, Fred Klein, Zia Zhang, Aurora Winters, Roger Phillips.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Gloria, and I'm 13 years old. My family and I live in the ranch. So let's first start off with the concept of a home. The Merriam-Webster Dictionary describes a home as a familiar or usual setting, a congenial environment, and that it is a place that is the focus of one's domestic attention. For thousands of people, Oak Creek is that usual setting where they go to after long days of stress. For thousands of people, Oak Creek Golf Course is where the focus of their domestic attention is. For thousands of people, Oak Creek Golf Course is their home. I've been taking lessons at Oak Creek since I was 6 years old. Whether it's the brilliant young golfers who spend their afternoons out in the sun at Oak Creek, or the second hole bunker that seems to have a magnetic force on my golf ball, Oak Creek is our home. And if you destroy Oak Creek, you are taking away not just a place to play, but you are taking away our home. Not only does destroying Oak Creek Golf Course destroy a home, you are destroying the hundreds of young golfers' dreams of getting into a good college through the sport of golf, their dreams of one day turning professional, their dreams of following the footsteps of the LPGA professional Rose Zhang, who, like them, practice at Oak Creek Golf Course. Other courses are simply overcrowded and too far away for most parents to realistically drive every day, and adding 3,100 new cars onto the streets won't help. Committee members, I urge you to reaffirm your commitment to creating homes in Irvine by not taking away the homes of those who practice at Oak Creek, and I urge you to reaffirm your commitment to supporting the dreams of young golfers who practice at Oak Creek and who have nowhere else to go if you take...
Thank you. Your time is up.
Red Klein, 40-year resident of Irvine. Appears that the City Council appears to be afraid of the Irvine Company. They delayed the vote on Oak Creek Golf Course, and the result was that it gave more time for the Irvine Company to come up with propaganda in the Irvine Standard and other places saying the only choices voters would have if it came to a ballot would be to vote for their proposal and a park and a so-called small housing development, or wind up with a huge housing development, which is incorrect. The correct choice is that Oak Creek stays open space as agreed to in 1988 if it gets to the ballot. What the Irvine Council should be afraid of are the voters in Irvine who elected them, the people of Irvine who do not want apartments at Oak Creek or any more apartments in Irvine, period.
Hi, Roger Phillips, Vice President of the Orange Tree Patio Homeowners Association. Now, you know, Orange Tree, we have one way in and one way out. It's right across the street from where the housing that the Irvine Company is trying to build would be. You can hardly get in and out of there as it is with the traffic on Irvine Center Drive, and this would be a disaster for all of the people that live in Orange Tree. This proposal is, it's a devil's bargain. Of course, the first 20 speakers love the idea of a nature park. I love the idea of a nature park too, but we can't give away that 50 acres for 3,000 to 5,000 new homes to be built on Irvine Center Drive. It would be a disaster for the city. I know that people want to have more housing. Let it be built on the outskirts of the city where there's plenty of room and good transportation.
Dear members of the Commission, my name is Aurora. My family and I moved to Irvine when I was just 12, and it was around that time that I was introduced to golf. Before you knew it, high school was around the corner and golf tryouts too. Unfortunately, my strolling about during practice and chit-chatting during group lessons proved to be ineffective. I, unsurprisingly, did not make the team. The rejection lit something under me. You would have seen one more kid run to Oak Creek straight away after school, get baked by the sun for hours, hitting and putting. I ate, slept, and breathed Oak Creek. This is the place that I call home. It is where I learned how to be a team player in a so-called individual sport. It was there that I learned how to focus on myself when my friends were getting hangovers. Golf taught me lessons that I would not have learned anywhere else. You'd be happy to know that by the next time tryouts came, I shot the best score on the team, which, by the way, hosted our practices at Oak Creek. As you can see, it is a place where many young people grow, learn from, and experience life that they could not have gotten anywhere else. Everyone here tonight loves Irvine, which begs the question, are these so-called park planners the same ones that turned the great park into a large park, if not a medium park, from its original plans in order to build more multi-million-dollar houses? Members of the Commission.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next, we'll take Maxim E., Sui, and Fred. And if there is anyone in the chamber that put their name in the kiosk and I inadvertently skipped over you, please also join this line.
For the record, I don't play golf. I oppose this deceptive proposal. It's not about open space. It's about building homes on protected land. We heard many speeches today about parks, open space, and even affordability. But reality is different. How many homes were built over the years, and home prices keep going up? Right now, we have over 160 acres of protected open space. This proposal reduces it. This is not adding, this is removing. Let's talk about value. The land worth about $40 million today. After rezoning, it could be worth much more, maybe 10 times more. So let's be honest, it's not about parks. It's about increasing value land value, and building homes on protected land. And for those who spoke prior in favor of this deceptive idea, I say this with respect. I feel sorry for all of you. Please look deeper and understand what really is going on. I encourage everybody to learn more at protectirvineopenspace.com. Please protect our open space and reject this deceptive proposal. This is deeply concerning that we're still talking about this issue when City Council promised us to have a ballot, and we still haven't produced any ballot yet. And when people came up with a ballot, we got a legal letter. And this is very, very wrong. 88-1 is the law of the city. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Scott Carpenter, and I appreciate everybody paying attention for as long as they can. I'm also one of the co-chairs of the Protect Irvine Open Space Committee. There are so many things that I've heard tonight that I would love to dissect individually, but I think the main message is no matter how many wrongs there are, it will never make a right. It is wrong to violate the results of the 88-1 vote. It is wrong to throw away our planning principles, as Greg Smith so eloquently said, and piecemeal this and just say, hey, we'll do a nature park. And oh, by the way, that nature park, guys, that looks beautiful. But what's behind the nature park? What's on the other 120 some odd acres that are there? It's wrong to tell citizens who are trying to gather signatures for a voters initiative that, oh, you just published it in the wrong paper. It's wrong for the city clerk to have misled us. It's wrong to take away our city center open space and the recreational activities that are there. What's next? Golf, soccer fields, baseball fields? Let's take those away, start building things. But here's what is right. It's right to ask the council to send this back to the voters. It is right to follow the law and recognize that there are some serious concerns about land use. It is right for the city and the company to allow the citizens an opportunity to vote on this. It's right to allow the vote to happen without pressuring HOAs, without pressuring citizens. If this is such a great plan.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I compliment you on your endurance. My name is Barry Whitesides. I've lived in Woodbridge since 1979. I voted on those other elections. I think there's been a lot of, I'll call it deception, misdirection. The title of this thing is an alternative open space framework. What I saw on the slides by the Irvine company were, we're going to take this property and make it fungible. We're going to move green space someplace else and count it as meeting it. A year ago, we had a presentation at the Woodbridge Village Association, this proposal, but that was one with 3,500 houses. That was one that included development and a threat that if you didn't approve it, we'd go with 5,000. But they had this 88-1 thing hanging them up. So what they did is they went to the council. The city attorney turned it back and said it had to have two bills to be passed, one to take off 88-1 and the other one to allow for the development. It didn't happen. They found an end run. They found an end run by telling you that you can approve a fungibility thing, and I really think it needs to go back to the city attorney. This is an end run for additional development on what is perceived as...
Thank you. Your time is up.
Hello, Sandra Rash. Just wanted to let you know I think the idea of a nature park is wonderful, but I also thought that the Great Park that was supposed to have minimal housing and commercial development, as well as the Veterans Cemetery, were also great ideas, but look at where they are. So the Irvine Company is a for-profit organization. They do a great job of what they do, But that's what you guys are there for, is to help protect the residents of Irvine. If you look at the maps of what they show, what they're going to be doing with this great park or nature park, it's going to be underneath the high power wires. And in addition, there's so many houses that are going to be built there. They don't include that. They don't show that to you. It's very deceptive. But, you know, they're trying to make money, and that's their job. So it's up to you guys to reinforce that which the voters voted for, approved. There's no reason, in my opinion, not everybody's opinion, but my opinion, to have another vote, because we already voted for it. Why are you taking away our ability to have this franchise right to vote for what we want? There's so much traffic. Ambulances can't get through, paramedics can't get through. So again, we're asking you to just follow what you are supposed to do. And I thank you for your time and attention.
Chair Stark, this concludes our in-person comments, so we'll now move to Zoom. We have 9.
Okay.
James Wong, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm James from Woodbridge. Let's talk about reality. I am someone who bikes to this area along Jeffrey very regularly. I am somebody who ostensibly should be devastated by the loss of open space, but I'm not. I've never gone to the Oak Creek Golf Course. Know why? Because it's not open space. It's private land that charges you $200 to enter. Anybody who thinks of this as a home or some kind of like public park where you can always enjoy your childhood must be living a very privileged life, because most people can't afford to go there on a regular basis, and the vast majority of people who live around this area don't use it. What we're being asked to choose here is between two sets of realities, not against some theoretical utopia. On one hand, we can have 50 acres of a real public park that can help reduce traffic by being a bike trail that fills the missing link in the Jeffrey Open Space Trail. I bike there regularly, and I hesitate to go north. Why? Because I would have to ride in the painted bike lane along Jeffrey on high-speed traffic going at highway speeds. This bike trail is going to be a game changer for people like me who don't drive over there, reducing traffic. And we get to address the housing crisis at the same time with 3,000 homes.
Thank you. Your time is up. Next, we'll move on to Zoom participant registered with phone number ending in 348. Moving on to our next Zoom participant, Jeremy Ficarola.
Yeah, hi there, Jeremy Ficarola. I first want to say thank you very much, commissioners, for staying so long and listening to public comment. You guys definitely don't get paid enough to do what you're doing right now. So I really appreciate what you're doing and letting us give testimony. I am the HOA president of Cypress Village, but I'm speaking on behalf as a resident. I'm in strong support of the proposed Irvine Company plan for many reasons, which I don't have enough time, but one point I'd like to make, City Attorney Melching disagreed with Mayor Agron on the point of whether or not this needs to go to a vote. I do believe Melching is correct in that this does not need to go to a vote. Irvine Company owns this land. They could build 5,000 homes as they want, and they would probably win in litigation. So I think let's get something out of this. Let's get the park, let's get the nature center, let's get the trails, and come to a compromise with Irvine Company. And I think myself, at least, would be definitely very happy with the proposed plan tonight.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we'll move on to Zoom participant
Thank
thank you. I'm Doug Elliott, a Community and Library Services Commissioner, speaking only for myself. I speak strongly in support of the proposal before you and in general the concept of a true open space in the form of a public nature park connected to Jost. I agree with Mr. Wong stating that a private golf course simply is not open space in any real sense of the term. It's not open to the public, it's not environmentally friendly. And I want to make clear what the staff said earlier. This is not final approval of any particular development. It's simply a preliminary step. A park plan would have to go before my commission for review and approval. And it's something that I would love to take part in and make sure that it's a great asset to the entire community. So thank you for your consideration and please support this.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we will take Sylvia Walker.
Hi, this is Sylvia Walker, Irvine resident. I'm urging you to approve the additional language to the zoning ordinance. This will give the city the option to use the land in the way that it decides is best for all concerned and not just a few. And this could include a nature park, not a golf course, which of course is not true open space, and saying so is actually greenwashing. However, when the time comes, I urge you to not approve single-family only development. Irvine needs both affordable and workforce housing, which are two different things. Workforce housing is for people employed in professions such as teachers, firefighters, and nurses. And we need workforce housing, not the expensive 1.4 million or so single-family homes. And one public commenter said, what would you want for your mothers, grandparents, et cetera? Maybe your mothers and grandparents would want their kids and grandkids to be able to live in Irvine. And maybe they themselves want to be able to stay in Irvine, because in spite of stereotypes, there are many seniors who are not housing secure, as this includes many people in Irvine. So I ask you to approve this and going forward, look into providing workforce housing so that all these people can enjoy and stay in Irvine where they exist for years and also have.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we will move on to Adriana M.
Hi there. This is Adriana Maestas. I am the current Community Services and Library Commissioner, but today I'm only speaking for myself. I urge the Commission to vote yes on the proposed added language to the zoning ordinance. The nature park concept is wonderful. I also urge the Commission to advocate for dense development instead of for single-family homes. When you build more densely, you leave room for more open space. Our state is in a housing crisis. We need more housing, especially to accommodate the workforce that our local economy requires. The biggest complaint I hear about building more housing in this area is traffic. But the city can improve the traffic situation by building more densely so we can walk and cycle to work, to restaurants, and to retail shopping. Someone made a comment about their 3-mile commute in Irvine taking 30 minutes in the car. That really should be a bike commute, which would be cut in half. Thank you so much for your time and for listening to all of us.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we will move on to Donald Gardner.
Good evening, Commissioners. I've been in Irvine since 1969. Back then, I rode the bus with the farmers' kids through the orange groves, long before most of this city existed. I watched Irvine grow, and lately it seems to be moving away from what made it great. The reality is that Irvine is growing beyond its means. We've become a car-dependent city with a dismal walkability score of 39. Our streets and parking lots are frequently congested. Neighbors are finding it difficult to even drive in and out of their communities. We have to ask, where does this stop? It should stop here. This land was a promise to the people. It was protected by the voters in 1988 under Resolution 88-1 and again in 1991. That was the deal. Now we're told the promise can be swapped for distanced avocado orchards with plans to rezone for 3,100 homes on most of the golf course. But you cannot take protected land in central Irvine, trade it for something miles away, and call it equal. It's not. Once you give this up, you never get it back. This feels like a workaround to bypass the will of the people. I ask you to respect the original vote. Table this proposal, send it back to the City Council, and let the voters decide with a clear up or down ballot. Rather than the Irvine Company making the park in exchange, the City of Irvine can build it. You aren't just decision makers, you're our neighbors. Please keep Irvine green and protect our open space.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we will take Speaker Michaela Montaner.
Hello, my name is Michaela. Thanks, Commissioners, for your service and especially for your endurance tonight. I'm a community organizer working to support the successful rollout of the new Irvine Public Library system. For fear of telling you something you know, the Irvine Public Library undertaking is huge, and unfortunately, I believe the resources needed were critically underestimated when our initial pullout from IPL was initiated. Should the zone change be granted, the community benefits associated with this project, above and beyond those before you tonight, will be a crucial part of delivering an acceptable standard of library services and, I imagine, other important city infrastructure. Further to speaking with your Irvine Company's Steve Grayshock, in addition to what's been discussed here tonight, he shared tentative plans or expressed openness to the following possibilities: developing a new library in North Irvine, a small library in the proposed nature center, and financial support for the library system. In particular, the library in North Irvine responds to a pressing and long-standing need. Of note, it was included in the IPL's recent feasibility study and, to the best of my knowledge, received unqualified support in public community meetings. I urge you to entertain this process and, through it, to advocate for a robust community benefits package that includes and expands upon the open space opportunity discussed here tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we will move on to Chris Bank.
Hello. Hi, my name is Chris. I'm a UCI graduate, class of 99. And I've returned back to Irvine to be in the original phases of Petrola Springs. I've been living there for 19 years. I raised my family there. One of the things that I enjoy about Irvine is the growth of the bike trails. They were just starting when I was at school, and it's great to come back and see how they're all getting connected. I really believe this nature park will help finish the connection and have a nice central loop around Irvine for a good ride. Just today I rode the Jeffrey Trail, and so I really appreciate the bridge going over the 5. That's a very important connection that we need. I'm also a proud parent of UCI students, so both of my kids went to Irvine schools and they're at UCI. My son actually rides his bike. He lives on campus, but he'll ride his bike home on the weekend, and he'll come from campus down Jeffrey to come home, and he takes the Jeffrey Trail home. But that part by IBC up to the 5, especially over the freeway now, is kind of dicey because the bike trail, or there is no bike trail, the bike lane is not very wide, especially around IBC. So having the nature preserve and extending the bridges across to IBC and hopefully having a path around through the parking lot to avoid the streets and keep the farms would be good. And also my wife.
Thank you for your comment. Next, we'll move on to Angeline On.
Hi, good evening. My name is Angeline On. Thank you, Planning Commission, for taking the time to hear all of us out. Over the last few months, I've had the opportunity to learn more about the nature park ideas at Oak Creek Golf Course from the Irvine Company, and hope that this is something that will become a reality. As a UCI graduate and an Irvine resident of nearly 25 years, I'm always excited to see new parks and nature trails being added throughout the city. This is one of the unique key features of living in this great city, and I hope that the Oak Creek Nature Park will one day be added to our community. I was so excited to see this concept come to life over the past several renditions, and I hope that we will someday get to enjoy this beautiful park. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for your comment. It looks like we have one more, and it's a phone participant ending in 348. We have one additional ad. Trevor C.
Hello. I had the opportunity to learn more about Irvine communities for a nature park at Oak Creek Golf Course, and I hope you will move forward with making the nature park a reality. Because I was born and raised in Northwood. I'm currently at college, but I can't wait to come back. One of my favorite things about living in Irvine is how all the neighborhoods are connected, and I'd especially like it if there was an open bike trail from Hicks Canyon to Jeffrey Open Space Trail over the future I-5 pedestrian bridge and to the nature park off the roads completely. Thank you for considering my support.
Thank you for your comment. Chair, we do have one more.
Okay.
Carla Yates. Carla, you can speak now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my mic was muted. Yes, I am very concerned about them wanting to build houses over in the Oak Creek area. I'm fine if they want to develop a nature park, but then all of the acres to become a nature park. The traffic and congestion on Irvine Center Drive, Sand Canyon, Jeffrey, and the other surrounding roads is horrific. If you build another 3,100 homes, each one of those is going to have a minimum of 2 cars, more if they have teenagers in their household. Can you imagine another 6,000 or more cars added to the traffic grid we already have? Please, do not do this. Do not build homes here in the center of Irvine, where we already are experiencing horrific traffic grid. Do not do this. Make this a park that can be enjoyed by everybody. Do not allow houses to be built in this area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Chair, this concludes our public comments for this item.
Wonderful. That was bracing. I would like to go back to one comment from Pumi. I don't think he's here any longer. Not his opinion on the project or not project, but the fact that he was so excited to be here with the civic engagement that we have in this city, and I think we should all be proud that so many people came out because they care about our community. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing. And I have a question before we go into our discussion. In the interest of making this more streamlined, usually we have a recommendation from the staff, but in this, every other item I've had here has had a recommendation, but in this one we don't. Usually we get a resolution that's affirmative, and then we vote. If we vote for it, it passes. If we don't, it doesn't pass. But here we have 2 resolutions competing, and I think it causes confusion. Would it be wrong to have an affirmative resolution of recommending this to the City Council? If it passes, it's recommended. If it is not passed, we don't recommend it?
I'm not sure I entirely understand the question.
I may not either.
Yeah. If I could just back up and maybe give a little context, and maybe we can work through this. What you're being asked to do tonight is to provide a recommendation to the City Council on whether or not they should adopt this zone text amendment. The recommendation can be that the City Council approve it. It could be that the City Council deny it. It could be that there's a neutral or some other third position. If you're going to recommend that the City Council approve the zone text amendment, then we will need you to adopt the resolution that's attached to the staff report, because there are findings that you have to make in order to recommend approval. If you're going to recommend denial, then we did attach a resolution basically saying you can't make the findings for approval, so therefore you're recommending denial. If there's some other third action the commission wants to take, for instance, in the past, sometimes we haven't been able to come to a majority agreement on whether or not to recommend approval or denial of a zone text amendment, then the third possibility that I see is forwarding a split recommendation, and that could look along the lines of just a motion. Where that would be seconded, of course, and we would vote on it, and it would say something along the lines of, Planning Commission has considered this item and is split, 3-3-1 or 4-3 on whether or not the City Council should adopt the zone text amendment. So that's kind of what I see as the three options. There might be more as the discussions ensue, but that's kind of where I see the options going.
Thank you. That makes sense. But procedurally, how do we decide which one we vote for? We just wait till someone makes a motion and vote for that, and if it doesn't pass, then we'd have to vote for the other one?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct. So it might get a little exciting towards the end of the discussions, but we would need a motion either way, and then we'll have to roll with it from there.
Okay. Would anyone like to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a couple of questions that I need to ask Eric. What was the original use of this property in the very beginning of Irvine? Do we know?
My understanding is that it was open space land.
And why was it open space when we were developing villages? Marika?
So according to the documents that I have found, this was considered open space because it was part of the crash hazard zone for the El Toro runways. So there is a document that exists. It's called the UDIP in the late 70s that has a map that demonstrates that this, along with other portions, were part of the crash hazard zone.
So originally, that open space was a result of the military use and a crash zone, similar to the crash zones were in the southeast portion of Irvine.
That is correct.
We have subsequently developed those properties, and today we've got a proposal from the property owner that is requesting the Planning Commission to approve an alternative to the open space, which that open space was not really warranted after the Great Park area was developed. El Toro moved out. I'm making that assumption. My question then is, the property owner then developed that open space as a golf course and as a restaurant for limited membership people that had to pay. It was not open to the general public as a public golf course where they could use it at no cost. Or the open space.
We need to have the floor now. It's our turn to ask questions and engage, please. Thank you. This isn't how we run the meetings, though. We can't have everyone comment when they want to comment, or we won't get anything done. You guys said a lot of things that were incorrect, too. So that's what we're here for. We're trying to sort this out and have a discussion. And now it's our turn to ask questions and have our part of the discussion. We can't have this back and forth. We're either going to continue with the meeting or we'll take a recess and push this out even later, but I don't think anybody wants that. Okay, please continue, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is not an interactive discussion right now. It's a discussion between commissioners. So the public had their opportunity to discuss this, and I think it's now our time. What I'm trying to get to is, you know, what the original use was, how it was converted, why it was converted to that, and then now looking at, even though to me, and I agree with Mike and Greg, that we're looking at a huge area and we're only focusing on a portion of it. But what we're doing is allowing the property owner an alternative to be able to come back to us with a project. There's no project before us today. You know, I don't like the piecemeal method, but to be able to move this project forward, I understand what the property owner is doing. I have another question. When in '88, when we voted, what villages were surrounding that area? I know, you that's a difficult.
That's a tough one.
What you know, how many voters voted in '88? You know, right now we've got, you know, a population of Irvine at that time that was relatively small based upon what it is today. Today we've got a huge city that right now, unless you're a golfer, you're not going into Oak Creek. If we change that, whether it's 50 acres, 100 acres, into a nature park, and allow the property owner to develop and go through the EIR, go through all the planning, get an approval by the Planning Commission with a recommendation from staff, go to City Council and get approval. You know, all that will take place. We're looking at a very small portion of the approval process. And yes, it could be a Trojan horse. I'm not discounting that at all. But I think it's something that, as a property owner, owning limited use property, even though it's open space, they should have the right to come to the city and request us to look at an opportunity for them to move something else forward.
Again, this is an interactive part of the meeting.
If I could ask the applicant, who currently is using the open space? Since you are the owner.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, maybe back up a little bit. The original, or I don't know what the original land use was at Oak Creek, but historically, I think staff was correct. The area was impacted by crash hazard zones at one time, and there were other impacts associated with the aircraft overflights. But I think what's really germane is that the land use today, and a lot of the speakers were correct, that in 1988 there was a measure that set out land area in 88-1, and as I mentioned in my presentation, did not mention the golf course, does not have specific acreage, did not have particular boundaries, did say that all of those parameters would be established by an agreement between the company and the city, which was subsequently the MOU, that did set out how the open space would be dedicated, both in Bomber Canyon, Shady Canyon in the northern foothills, as well as Oak Creek Golf Course, which was to be used as a golf course to be maintained ownership by the Irvine company. And so it's open to the public for a fee, and the Irvine Company does own that property. The request before you this evening is to, similar to, as I mentioned, the Jeffrey Open Space Trail, have an opportunity for us to plan for an alternative to that golf course, which could be a smaller area for a nature park that would be improved as part of that park, and yes, would include different acres in other parts of the community that may or may not be satisfactory to the folks that are, some of the folks that are in the crowd anyway. But the notion was that the city would be made whole in terms of open space. There would be a center city open space element connected to the Jeffrey Open Space Trail, and the action before you is to allow us to make that opportunity for us to plan forward. What Mr. Smith said was right in terms of villages being planned together. However, from a policy standpoint, it's not unusual for the city to adopt a set of guidelines or approaches, be it the master plan of arterial highways, be it the master landscape and trails plans, and in the Jeffrey Open Space Trail program exactly, that was adopted in 2001, and it took into account development that didn't happen until 2003, 2005, 2007 in the areas along Cypress Village, and then Woodbury, and then Stonegate, and then now finishing up in Portola Springs. So that advance opportunity lets us plan for those things, gives us the ability to have that option for us to do the things that I think some of the community have asked for today. How do we comprehensively look at that as that new project gets formalized? How does it become analyzed? How can we look at the traffic? What's that final unit count if we do get to a village and decide to take that option? Those are the things that we would be looking for the commission to be able to give us the opportunity, ultimately the city council, the opportunity to be able to have that plan. And I do want to say that the sincerity of the group that was here, the residents of Irvine who did participate, did so willingly and enthusiastically, and they do have a desire to have this facility in the center part of town. Again, I understand that there's other residents in the area that may or may not agree with that, but I didn't want the fact that those folks were advocating to be discounted because they were in favor of something that others might be not in favor of. And lastly, I had one more point, but it kind of went away. So if there's other questions, I'm ready to answer those as well.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate the advocates for and against. You know, this is phenomenal to have this many people come out on an issue, and that means that they're very involved in the civic nature of this city. And I'm just trying to get clarity. You're not asking to change 88.1. You're not asking, and that's a question.
The application does not change the underlying land use of the area that's being held by the golf course. That's a fact.
You're not
change the
there
underlying
is no
land use.
transfer of fee ownership to the city?
No, not until such time as this option would be pursued would any of that take place.
And that would be subsequent planning submissions and approvals by this body?
Through the whole city process, correct.
Yeah. And so we would end up having the project, which would include the nature park, would include the housing development, the EIR, traffic analysis, and all the impacts come back to us.
I'm going to take Mr. Martin's caution a bit earlier, and by the way, that was why Jenny in her presentation used a lot of coulds and woulds, because those images that you were shown were the result of our community input and not a specific proposal. But yes, at such time as we would come back and say we want to take a look at that nature park option and go through all of the parameters that are included in that zoning, that's when your analysis, whether it was just the park alone or whether it's a park with a development or any combination thereof, that's when that analysis would take place.
You would do this prior to going into mapping? You would come into us?
Yes, absolutely.
On a periodic update for where you are with that Oak Creek portion?
It would have to be in advance of any of that, yes.
Marika, the housing overlay for the housing element, did it include Oak Creek or Stephanie? Or was,
The larger golf course, it did not.
okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll come back.
Thank you. Brandon?
Thank you to staff. Thank you for all the public commenters who showed up today. This was, I think, record for the Planning Commission in terms of public commenters, so thank you for taking the time to be here. Commissioner Pearson, thank you for asking those questions. Those were some of my questions. In terms of the legality of 88-1, which was mentioned again and again, just for clarity, does that impact what we can and can't do tonight, like what is before us?
It does not. It has no impact on your decision tonight.
It has none?
None. Or stated another way, your decision tonight has no impact on 88-1.
Oh. And this is for the applicant. As former council member and Commissioner Greg Smith mentioned, and this was one of my questions as well, we are used to seeing the entire plans, and this is just a sliver of. So why this, why now, why this way?
I have a lot of thoughts on that. We were here about a year ago. We had the original application for the 3,100 units without a nature park. We heard from the community that Center City open space was important. That's what kicked us off on our outreach program with the community that we did engage with. And by the way, we've invited anyone who is interested to participate. And a lot of the folks that are back there, some of them anyway, have participated, at least in one way or another. We continue to have that dialogue and welcome that. But as we went through that process, and from our point of view, as we got the information from the community and it was clear that we're starting to coalesce around this nature park with certain things that were also important. One, the nature park. Two, to make sure that there were bridge connections over the railroad tracks and over Irvine Center Drive connecting into Irvine Valley College. The notion of that there was going to be some improvements, what those improvements might be. The fact that we were going to have this additional 312 acres of open space that's going to go to the city for city ownership in terms of that going from 162 to 312 acres of open space. That was all important for us to document. And then now for us to be able to move forward, we thought it was even more important to document it in the city documents. So the idea was to include it in the zoning, which has been done, again, with the Jeffrey open space spine. I think staff could correct me, but if you go to every zoning section that is in Cypress Village, Woodbury, Stonegate, and Portola Springs, there's language in that zoning document that was created from the 2001 consensus plan for the Jeffrey open space plan that I showed up there earlier, that got melded into that zoning document. The city council, in fact, in I think it was May of 2003, unanimously approved that Jeffrey open space implementation program, which reduced the acreage and called for the improvements. And those documents then got embedded into the zoning, and that's a process the city does do. So here we've kind of taken that, and we were, at some point, there was some question about transparency. We can't be any more transparent than this. We're here, we're in front of you, we've given you the information that's been shared with us, with the community, and we're moving forward on that. So I think now's the time for us to be able to document, and then if there's a path for us to move forward, there's a plan in place, there's a zoning document that everyone can rely on, and we can move forward.
And having asked that, the nature park is beautiful, connecting to Jost, which is a treasure in Irvine. It's one of my favorite places in the city. And, you know, I think it's a place of healing. Even during COVID, it was crucial. And what made Irvine so special at that time was the fact that we have so much open space and so many trails and outdoor space. So the bridge that's being built now over the 5 freeway and then having to connect that all the way through IVC, I mean, that's been a missing link for a long time. So it's exciting that's being done. And I do want to give credit where credit is due. Great job to the Irvine Company in terms of community outreach. Sometimes we have applicants come up and we wish that there was more of that was done because a lot of community members don't feel like they were part of the planning. They had no real say. That took time, money, and effort. So kudos to the Irvine Company in terms of the community outreach. We did hear from some community members regarding, you know, the adjacent neighborhoods. Were they reached out to as well? Because there were a lot of residents who spoke in favor of it that didn't live adjacent to Oak Creek. Was there the same type of effort to reach out to the adjacent neighborhoods?
Yes, I think we've communicated electronically, we've communicated in mail. We have the document that I was going to pass out earlier that I've left in my briefcase now includes 27 villages. There were people from Orange Tree, there were people from Woodbridge, there were people from the ranch engaged with those conversations in this planning process. So yes, those immediate, that was your other question of what the neighbors were around the Oak Creek Golf Course. Orange Tree, Woodbridge, and the ranch were the predominant ones that were existing and are still there now.
Okay, this is the last warning. If you can't control your emotions, I know this is emotional for you, we'll invite you to leave the chamber. We want to get this meeting finished and everyone has a right to participate. This is our participation time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. That's it on my end.
Okay, I'm next on the list. Some of the concerns of the speakers, one mentioned that they were not able to get the easement language from the city. Can anyone shed light on that? They said they'd put in a request, but it wasn't approved.
The offer to dedicate was provided via public records request.
Okay. Does what we're voting on tonight remove the ability to have a vote on this by the public?
No, it doesn't.
Okay. This recharacterization of open space was used for the Jeffrey Trail, where we reduced the acreage in order, to get improvements. And that's the same, I think, what we're doing with this. Is there any other land in Irvine that could be recharacterized like this? Any other open space?
This is the only open space that is not city-owned. So I would say no at this time.
So every other piece of open space in the city, we would need the city council to change that,
Yes.
which would be pretty unlikely.
Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Commissioner Jeffs?
Thank you. This is my second meeting as a commissioner, and I've been told that this is not normal. I'd like to better understand the 312 acres of open space. It's an important consideration. It didn't get that much discussion tonight, but one of the critiques that came up a few times was the usability of the space to the public. I'm not sure of the accuracy of that, but would like to understand, either from the city staff or the applicant, the current status of that space. Is it currently developable? And then if this proposed amendment ultimately went through, are there any improvements planned for that area?
Thank you, Commissioner Jeffs. I can speak to that a little bit. The two areas you're speaking of, the 312 acres, are located at the northern limits of the city, both in Orchard Hills and Portola Springs. The use of those lands right now is agriculture, specifically avocado orchards. Those are kind of extra open space area, which would be over and above what we're looking at for in terms of equivalency of land and park improvements. So those are not included in the equation that we're looking at. Those are just extra open space area that Irvine Company is proposing to dedicate to the city. That would just add to our open space acreage. At this time, we're not looking to develop those areas in any way, but they are contiguous to existing open space that the city does control. So it would just be growing our open space.
Thank you. And then on Resolution 88-1, if this doesn't impact the amendments, changes to the general plan from 1988 or whenever they were imposed in the following years, what steps would need to take place between now and an amendment to 88-1?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
Naresh.
So to change 88.1, we've had the city attorney, there's been some discussion tonight that the city attorney has opined that an amendment to 88.1 would not require a voter requirement. That being the or voter approval. That being the case, then effectively what we would need to do is a general plan amendment to change the land use designation for the golf course.
And that's something that comes before the Planning Commission and then the City Council?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lynn?
I had two more questions. The concern about schools, this always comes up with new neighborhoods, where the student's going to be zoned for, which schools. So there's talk of if homes are going to be built, there will be a plan for a K through 6 or K through 8. The concern is, as someone mentioned, one of the public commenters mentioned before, in Los Olivos there was a similar situation. I don't know how similar it would be, but there was a plan for an elementary school as well. And ultimately what happened was the school was not built and homes were built instead. So I can understand some concerns regarding this plan. What are the chances if there is, once the plans for homes, when it comes before the city, what would be the chances that that school that's currently being proposed, if with the lower density option, would something similar would happen like Los Olivos, where the school would not be built? And adding to that, I would just say, that's in an area of the city where there is lower number of students. In Venado, there's more space in those schools versus the newer neighborhoods where they're more impacted, which is why we are seeing redistricted or rebordered zoning of the schools. So, I could see concerns whether that's actually going to stay true or not. So, what are the chances that that would happen?
I want to give you the long answer on why Los Olivos happened the way it happened, but I think that's probably not the time to do that now. And similarly, I think that with any development, with any proposal, with any particularly residential development, the school needs are based on conversations with the school district. Mitigation agreements are struck with the school district, and how schools would be funded and where they would be put and where they're going to be used would be part of that overall program. I can't predict ultimately where all of the school children would go in the event that there wasn't a school in that location. But I can tell you that part of our longer range planning, as we looked at the city's general plan update, which I think is important to point out here, none of the units, although we probably still should not get that far, none of the units we're talking about are new units, but they're units that are already assumed in the city's general plan. And there are areas in the spectrum where we would expect to draw from school children from there as well. That's all speculative right now, but when we have a project that's before the city, then certainly all of the schools, their demands, their requirements, and how to satisfy those impacts would be before the commissions, before a project got approved.
Okay, and I don't want to create confusion, because what we're looking at today in terms of the Planning Commission does not involve anything on the other acres, but it was brought up during public comments, so I just wanted to address it. And one more question is, there's a lot of community outreach in terms of what's going to go into the park and the nature park plans. How much has the Irvine company worked with the city in terms of looking at, possible capital improvement projects that are in the line that, we can kind of work on, or other community benefits? For instance, somebody called regarding a library idea, because that is a concern currently before our city in terms of our Irvine public library system. So how much has the Irvine company worked with the city in terms of addressing some of the additional community benefit needs that we have?
Let me be clear. The images that were shown this evening and were discussed were the results of what the community told us they wanted. It's not what would be in a plan. It's not necessarily, we haven't vetted any of that through that process. That would be ordinarily where we would come in and say, now we have a concept, we've come from the community, and we're going to propose that with the city. It would go through all the city's review processes, Community Services Commission, I guess Community Services and Library Commission now, Planning Commission, and then ultimately City Council. But what we did think that the minimum was to make sure that there was a minimum of 50 acres, that there were the bridges that were the overcrossings, that we had a funding mechanism to build that park, at least in part, and have those parameters established now. ultimately, whether it's a pollinator garden or someone mentioned the library, and we actually had heard from some groups they were looking at a Tai Chi garden. It could be any of those things, but we have to go through the city's, ultimately it's the city's park. So in terms of what goes in there, and then in terms of maintenance and operation, that would also be part of any of the conversation, and then the city's going to have to weigh the cost and that benefit associated with that amenity. But it would be a publicly owned facility, similar to all of the other community parks in the city.
I would just hope to see going forward, whichever direction this goes, it's ultimately going to the city council, but to advocate for more community benefits in terms of what we can really bring to this project, that would be wonderful. But thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bhatia?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the applicant. I had a question about SWA. I guess from what I'm learning during the feedback sessions that Sean O'Malley was present. Was he there to just take note? And if that's the case, is he already drafting, and I don't know the process, but is he drafting an architectural drawing as we speak? Or do we wait till a potential council meeting? And if not, what about November and beyond that? When do they start their process?
Well, again, I think that's speculative, where Sean's a very talented landscape architect, and in his role in a lot of the sessions where they literally had tissue paper, those concept plans were on the wall, concepts would come up, Sean would draw them, and as they were talking about where things would hypothetically fit, how wide should this meadow be? We talked about the 5 miles of trails inside there. So his expertise in that was more about guiding along that process, because I think, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of people had a lot of ideas. So through that process, they got kind of culled down to a little bit, and then he would go through that process there. So there's been no hard drawings, there's no architectural plans, we don't have any grading plans, we don't have anything like that yet. We'd like to be able to get through this aspect of the process, get some clarity and direction on the zoning, and from there we would start doing that process, working with the city, and then going into those more detailed plans.
And is SWA focused solely on the park, or is it holistically the entire, housing, including landscape around the perimeter and the sidewalks and whatever tree canopies and what have you? Are they focused solely on the 50 acres, or is it more than that?
The Irvine company uses SWA for almost all of our projects at those larger scales, so I would anticipate that they'd be involved with those as well.
Okay, no, it's a good choice because they're doing the Almquist and Great Park and the Great Park itself, so I really do like Sean O'Malley's work. I've seen some of the drawings before. Real quick on the feedback sessions, so these were mailers, and you did a pretty extensive sort of campaign to get folks in and do that. Are those things made public, or this is all we have right here? Is there anything else on a website, or this is pretty much sums it up, what we have?
I don't have the website address, but we will have one up and running that does have kind of a summary of that. I don't know if anybody's here that's got that website address. Most of it started off with meeting people at events. We were out at civic events. We had conversations with folks, so it started very organically in terms of how we brought people in. Then we would ask if they had acquaintances or if they had others would be interested, and it grew that group that way.
Okay, great. No, thank you for that. And I just had a question I heard from one of the commenters, and this may not be for you, but it is for the signatures that they're trying to gather. That initiative was sort of squashed based on some sort of clerical error or what have you, and they have to reset. Let's just say they start the process. Are they supposed to regather signatures for that? For their sort of initiative?
I think it's probably best if we don't speak about the initiative and the initiative process. That is not the city's process necessarily. The citizens are engaged in gathering signatures, and I don't think it's appropriate for us to comment on it at this point in time.
No, fair comment. I think that's it for now. I may have other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Raj. Commissioner Grossman.
Thank you.
First of all, I just want to say this was an amazing experience. I am overwhelmed at the participation of our community, of people's opinions. It excites me about how engaged our community is, and whatever we end up with, wherever this process ends up, we're all residents of Irvine, and we all are neighbors in the end. But I really want to appreciate everyone who has taken the time to share their perspective. And I also really, before I go, Eric and Chris, thank you. I know you've done a tremendous amount of work on this, and this has been a massive project and ongoing, and I want to thank you guys. A couple things I just want to just sort of really make sure that they're very clear for me. Again, I think someone asked, but does this preclude a voter initiative from being, anything we do tonight, does it preclude a voter initiative from going forward if that were to happen again?
No.
No. Does this provide any entitlements of any type of housing approved today?
It approves no entitlements whatsoever.
Okay. Does this, if it goes to council, and if council were to approve this, would this mean that it is absolutely a park is going to be built, or is this still part of a future conversation that has many plans and many considerations that will be forward? Does this bind the city council if they were to approve this resolution?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. So would it be correct to define this as a menu offering that the city council could consider as part of their deliberations?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to be clear. I want to make sure that I fully understood, and I do. Thank you. Now, one question I wanted to talk about is valuation, and this is a very important question because we talk a lot about zoning and how we value things. Currently, when we talk about the valuation of a land, we base it on the current zoning usage of the land, and today that is open space or recreation, and that is the basis of the 224,000. I might be off. 1,000. Am I correct that we always use the current zoning usage of the land?
In this case, we did use the current zoning of the land.
Okay.
So yes.
If we take this 50 plus acres, and I appreciate that the Irvine company has indicated that it might be more than that 50 acres, does this mean that the future, any other future on the remaining portion of the land must use that same valuation? Does it bind us in any way?
Can you clarify that question?
So let's use 50 for the sake of discussion because that's the minimum usage here. The remaining area that is currently part of the Oak Creek Golf Course, that is part of let's call it the 881 area. If the Irvine company were to come back at a later date and ask for to try to change that designation, does this decision today bind us to using the same valuation on the remainder of that land?
The dollar valuation specifically that's called out in the text amendment is a way that staff can value the equivalency of the park and the improvements. There's no consideration for future uses on the rest of the site. So I don't know what future use it would be applied to.
Okay, I don't mean to be cryptic at all. As many people have talked about, could this be a plan for future residential development at some time? It very well could be. The Irvine company has alluded to it, many of us. So if they were to come back at a later date with a plan for residential development and wishing to change the designation, does this decision today and subsequently City Council, if they were to approve it, bind us to using the same methodology on a proposal that they were putting forward at a later date for residential development, for example?
I would say no.
Okay. Thank you. One last comment. Let me just make sure I get my thought here. The open space in the remainder of the city, currently the avocado orchards, they are I believe you mentioned they are contiguous to existing trails. Is that correct?
I mentioned that they're contiguous to existing open space.
Existing open space. Would they be current zoning? From a current zoning point of view, could plans be to connect it to the existing trail systems if it were to make sense from a design point of view?
Sure.
Sure. So that is a civic development that could be considered at a later date. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Thanks, Seth. Commissioner Delacuzak.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank everybody and staff for being out here. I appreciate everybody making their voices heard and having their constitutional rights and having what they need to say and having to be heard. I was going to ask about, I was looking at the map and there wasn't any discussion about like the existing farms that are there. I know there's like a stand off the freeway. In any way, does the applicant or the city have an answer to the status of that? Because I understand it goes all the way to IVC, and my family over the years has bought fruit and pumpkins and trees alike, and I was wondering, is that something that's going to continue?
It's outside of the boundaries of our park planning, so it would be separate and apart. Similarly, there was discussion earlier about the Edison right-of-way. That's not part of our park plan either. The only thing we've been looking at thus far is if there maybe would be a perpendicular connection from the nature park to Jeffrey through SCE, but otherwise we're not doing anything outside of that location. In fact, we think that it would be a good idea to keep those farms and or energize that area as you come over the city's new bridge and drop down in those areas. It seems like it's a really natural spot for that type of thing. So we would, not part of our plan, but we would hope it would stay.
All right, for clarity, who owns that land where it's being farmed? Is that the city or the Irvine company?
The city.
Okay. And then with the city, is that like a long-term lease that the city is always?
Yes.
And from staff's point of view, is that something that's going to, from what you've heard, going to stay the same?
I can check with Public Works and get back to you on that.
Okay. I have no other further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Bhatia.
For the minimum 50 acres, I know we talk about acreage increase. What's the top tier that we could expect if that's the case? Is it 60? Is there a number? Yeah, I'm sorry to make you go back up there. I'm looking at it from the standpoint of acreage. If it is 50 as a minimum, what could we expect a number that could be greater than that, since that's the minimum? I'm talking about the pinnacle, the most sort of top tier acreage for a park.
I'd hate to speculate. I think on the margins, we're probably, if you pin me down and said, what would you come up with top line, it's probably 60-ish.
Okay, so that's roughly, so Bill Barber's 42, so you're looking almost close to 20 acres more than Bill Barber.
That'd be correct, yes.
Okay. No, that's great. No, thank you for that.
Wanted to make a clarification. The south of the railroad tracks in that area it's still an Edison property, and I think there's a lease arrangement that goes back. I don't think the city actually owns that parcel, but there are leases that are in that area. And to your answer to your other question, the website is IrvineNaturePark.com.
Okay, IrvineNaturePark.com.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of websites, look, we've had a slew of public speakers from really two other websites, Irvine Neighbors for Nature.com and ProtectIrvineOpenSpace.com, and that's really it. It's very polarizing. You don't have really anybody in neutral. They either are for open space, preservationist, or they're for, potentially more housing, of course, and trail connectivity. If it's okay, I'd like to propose a motion for streamlining. Chair Stark, if I could do that. I know you mentioned streamlining things, and I think this is not a complex decision today. We need to basically, in football terms, punt it to the council. And by doing so, I would say just to keep the same language, the same text in the staff report, and my recommendation would be to punt that or carry that over to the next council meeting or in April or whatever for their discussion and deliberation, because ultimately, A, we don't have anything here that's concrete. There's no entitlements. There's no application. This is not really a project at play. So that is my recommendation, and if I can get a second, great. And then you can go ahead and make a comment.
Oh, sorry, Jeff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that I understand the resolution in front of us that is affirming this plan is an addition to the existing language. The existing language will remain, but we're creating an alternative scenario, A through D, to be added to the zoning code.
Yes, that's what the resolution for approval does.
Okay. And I will like to comment, you know, I moved into Turtle Rock in 1975, 76, when Joan Irvine's little ranch was at the bottom of the hill in Bomber Canyon. And the city, transformed that into a nature center, a park, and it had a riparian element where the water ran through it. And it was where my children love to be. So, you know, the nature park, I've got a true affinity towards this. I do believe that, you know, we're not setting policy. City council sets the policy. City council will decide if it goes out for vote or if they make an action. You know, what we're doing is looking at, is this good planning? And having an alternative to an existing zoning is not bad planning. It's an alternative. It allows more opportunity to change things, bring it back to us, and let us decide whether it's worthwhile. So, you know, my caveat, and I will second the motion, Raj, but I would like the city council to really strongly look at, you know, giving the city another opportunity to vote. But I will second your motion without my comment.
If I could speak to the motion real quickly, there's not a process in our zoning code that allows the Planning Commission to just punt an item up to the City Council. So the way that I view the universe, that's not one of your options tonight, unfortunately, as much as we'd all like this meeting to be over with. Really, again, the way I view the universe is the options would be, you know, one, to recommend that the City Council approve the zone text amendment, two, recommend that the City Council deny the zone text amendment, or three, forward some sort of split recommendation up to the City Council if 1 and 2 aren't available options.
Commissioner Grossman?
Yes, I had, before we, if allow me, before we get to that, can I just ask the applicant, please, regarding the nature park, if we were to move forward with this nature park, one of the big issues is about traffic, and obviously the traffic is also people thinking about future residential, but let's just talk about the potential nature park of this. Transit is a major issue in this city, and you guys have been heavily involved in this issue in many different ways. Can you talk about whether it's Irvine Connect, whether it's roads that you would be looking at? How will you look at traffic? People are going to want to go to this nature park. That in alone will generate more traffic. Can you just talk a little bit about your thoughts around transit and improvements in that area?
Again, that feels a little bit far afield for where we are at the item before you today. I can say relative to the nature park, The inclusion of the bridge connections over the railroad tracks and over Irvine Center Drive to connect into Irvine Valley College as the city's completed its overcrossing of the 5 freeway, I think as some of the commenters earlier said, does extend that bicycle and pedestrian opportunities both to and from the college, for example, and other things. Relative to the larger strategies concerning transportation, certainly initially we had had the MOU discussion a year ago with the City Council, and there were conversations about how transportation dollars might be part of that program, whether it was signal synchronization or iConnect or any of those. I think that's something that the city would have to share with us as to what their goals are to make that move, and then we can go through that process. But certainly transportation and those items would be part of any analysis that would come back to you.
Sorry. So basically, thank you. I agree. I appreciate that. I think what I wanted to get to is that there are many conversations that will be had about the community benefits, and I think Commissioner Lynn spoke about that earlier. And there's many needs, whether it's library, whether it's transit, whether it's affordable housing, and many other things that were brought up by many members of our community. And all those, would it be correct to assume that the Irvine Company is open to a dialogue on any and all of those topics as they may make sense?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Nothing further.
I agree with what Commissioner Pearson was saying. I think we've established thoroughly at this meeting that this doesn't materially change. It's not approving houses. It's not keeping people from voting for this in the future. It doesn't keep people from having a citizens initiative. This just gives the City Council options in their negotiations for what will eventually happen with this property. So I would like to make a motion that recommending approval of this zone change.
Second.
Yeah. We have a second. New vote?
Yeah. Either one.
Let's, can we set up the voting, please?
Question of clarification for our city attorney. Was the previous motion and second invalid and off the table?
Yes,
Thank you.
Correct.
And can we discuss a little before the vote? Or
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. And for all the same reasons, I just want to make it clear, we get our legal authority as well as the expertise from our city staff and our city attorney. And based on the questions asked by Commissioner Grossman, Pearson, as well as Chair Stark, I think we've clearly established, we're a recommended body. It's going to be kicked up to the City Council, and ultimately 88-1 does not impact anything we can or cannot do tonight. That's based on our city attorney's legal expertise and advice to our counsel to us. And so based on what is presented to us in this narrow minimum 50-acre parcel, yes, and that is why I've come to the conclusion that I have, and I've seconded Chair Stark's motion.
Commissioner Bhatia?
I'm sorry, the motion is recommend to the City Council to have a full build-out approval?
No. It's a PC attachment 4, PC resolution recommending approval of zone change. All we're changing is that it could be zoned something other than a golf course. It doesn't approve anything else.
An alternative?
Yes.
Okay. You both are already voted, so we'll cast our vote.
Okay. I think we're ready to vote.
Chair Stark, the motion has passed unanimously.
Wonderful. I think so I close this public hearing, right? And then our next Planning Commission meeting will be Thursday, April 2nd, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. in the City Council chamber. It is now 10:23, and I declare the meeting of March 19th, 2026 adjourned. Boo yourself.
Recording stopped.
You know, it's sort of exciting to see